Google wants 200, baby.
You ready to get back to the trading action?
You aim, you shoot, and make money. It's going to be a great day. You guys know where you're at.
What's going on, traders? It's good to be back with you guys right here, of course, on Trade the Pool. And of course, don't worry, we will be getting to the action and we will be calling potentially. Did we see the V bottom in the Qs play in as the Qs are back up there to the 705s, got up there even to the 706 this pre-market, and then after hours really driving. It started really right in the after hours session, the 24/5 trading that you can get right here on Trade the Pool. So if you were like me and trading overnight, you're feeling good about the action as you're coming in 705, starting to climb back. Can we continue this rally on? Was everybody scared about tech? And then now we start to see a rally in tech. That's what I'm going to be looking for today. Even if we get a little pullback here out the gates, doesn't mean that we're kind of in danger zone. Really what I want to see is, can we just put in a higher low? As long as we can continue putting in this higher low trend, we can just keep holding on to the V trend recovery. So that's what I'm going to be looking at in the market. That's the Qs right now. We'll be watching the SPY. We'll be taking a look at some trade ideas here. And SPY right now kind of hanging in here. Can we get a rebound on the SPY? Back up, of course, overnight. You're already back there to the 746 area. You're going to look for a little red here into the bell, and then we're going to look for that green action to really play in. One thing that will be definitely a watch is yesterday we had a lot of sectors down. We'll talk a little bit more about the sector action, but definitely looking for a little bit of a lift off. And this morning feeling in good as we'll get to the trade ideas. And I'll give you one name that's already up over $500, and you could have got this name last night. Let's talk about the action. Let's go right to it. All right, let's kick off the playbook here, guys, as we'll take a look at some trades out in the market. First one is, I'll give you one trade that I'm looking at, is Zscaler, to see if we can rebound in the cybersecurity name. Got in this name yesterday, looking for a push back above the 153s. Right now, it's kind of trailing back, even with the Qs coming higher. So we'll look to see if this one gets green right out the gates. If not, I'm ready to get out of it. I'm just hanging out in it right now. Down a little bit here, but looking to see if we can lift back above the 151 level, really, and claim back into yesterday's high. We got up there towards 153, looking to see if cyber can get the lift. Let's go to another trade idea, and this is the real one taking off, of course. This was SanDisk, played last night. You guys can see me where I got in last night. I waited to start seeing the rally, right? And then looking to see this start to really kind of drive back, of course. We'll look to see if SanDisk can continue that rally back up and continue driving. Yesterday got out of this name, looking to continue to hold this name and looking for the push right back. It's not something that I'm expecting a huge rally, but in the Cosby overnight, we did see a lot of action to the upside. So this could be some good action that continues to come back. Can we clear the 1500 spot? We hit it a couple of times right now. We're pulling back and looking to reload, go for another leg action. What I'm hoping to see is right out the gates, we're starting to push there. We can push a little bit stronger, and then I'll be looking to sell the rip. This could be the day. We'll find out. Big action here in SanDisk. Can we get a little bit of lift into that push, drive into the 1600, and secure another funded account here? Right here on Trade the Pool, guys, live in front of you guys. We'll continue the action. Let's go to another trade idea here. Let's talk about a potential long that I gave you guys last week, Monday, that has pulled back a little bit here, looking for another drive to come right back in, which is ANF. Yes, we're talking Abercrombie here. So we're looking for a pullback, clean test here on the daily, looking for a nice little push right back up above the 100. You got your nice little pullback after 3 strong days last week. We'll look to see if the cyclical area plays in again. You can look at names like AEO, Urban, and others that continue to go higher. Let's not talk about Victoria's Secret, because that's definitely really killing it. VCXY, I think it is now. Victoria. It's VSXY now, the ticker. And this is continuing to go higher, guys. It just made a huge breakout to the upside. And this name has now gone over 300% in the year. Yes, you heard that right. Victoria's Secret is up 300%. So look to see what happens there in apparel names. All right, let's continue in the action. Let's go to another name here. Let's take a look into long on CEG. When looking at these names as kind of holding in, GEV kind of really started to hold back above the 1,000. Yesterday, you still had Bloom Energy coming down. This could be a rebounding trade today, but I'm calling out CEG, right? Constellation Brands. There's other names in here. The independent power hold. Constellation Energy has been kind of teetering around these levels, and you can see kind of that inverse head and shoulders pattern off of kind of the 247.50s. You got the head pattern here, the left hand shoulder, and really I'm looking to see, can we get back into the kind of the 285s, 280 zone? Because really what it would be a clear of 300 in a longer term trend trade. We'll see what happens on this one. I might take a small piece in this one and just look to kind of take a longer term ride on this, but definitely watching to see if we can get some push and push right back. Can the AI names bounce back? Can the AI power names bounce back and start to have a nice little push to the upside? All right, we'll see what happens here. The theme today, of course, the V shape off the 695s. Can the V shape hold? I was looking at this last night, looking to see if this was going to play in, and it exactly is playing in this morning. Now we're getting another strength move here in the Qs, and the question is, will they give the chance for the dip buyers that want to be in the Qs an opportunity? Because yesterday, of course, that sell-off towards the end of the day got a lot of people scared. The question is, did they get out? Did they have the weak hands? And then now the runaway trade is on. We'll see what happens. All right, we'll be taking a look to see what happens on that. Of course, if we claim back towards the 707, that's kind of like that fully validating this bottoming attempt. So that at that point, I can start to hold these levels on the daily as that bottom low and use that level, right, to risk off of, looking for moves back up there. So I like this look. Of course, one of the names that we'll be watching today is, can Google continue the strength? Of course, it does have the report on Wednesday, one of the biggest reports. It's pulling back this morning as it was starting to trickle back to the 356. I'm going to look to see if some strength can come back in this name. Another name that could be getting some strength and had a lot of weakness yesterday was Tesla. So we'll look to see if these names can rebound. I'm wondering, does the mags get the push here? Right? Can they hang in here? Can Amazon make a move right back up? Can Apple make the move right back up after yesterday pulling back and yet closing a little bit strong, right? So let's see if it rebounds here and starts to play back in. We'll be looking to see what happens there in the Mag 7. And, of course, you also need to be watching what the TLT, of course. You know how I always talk about it, the Trump effect, the taco effect there. And the taco effect was getting present yesterday as we kept falling. We'll see what happens here in the TLT. Will we go lower? All things to be looked at. All right, let's continue the conversation, guys. Let's go over now to the Sunrise Report, where we give you guys what stocks are moving and why. I'll look for the chat for some comments out there. How you doing out there, traders? It's good to be with you guys this morning. Let's talk about some other trades, and let's get to the Sunrise Report. Good morning to you guys out there. Snowman in the chat. Definitely what's going on out there. Nigel, how we doing out there? It's good to see you. We got Rando in the house. Qs hasn't gone above yesterday's high yet. We'll see what happens there. Can it get back above that, right? I mean, it's still looking a lot better than it was yesterday. I definitely say that, right? As we start to come right back up. And the support played in, right, off the weekly. Right, so can we clear back up there? There's yesterday's high. Can we clear it? It's right there, right? That's the high of 705.80s. If we can clear that here in the pre-market, let's see if we can get above that. We've hit it a couple of times, I believe, here. Let's see. Yeah, we've hit 706. So we have hit it above that level. Let's see if we can clear that level here, Rando. I'll be keeping an eye out like you will also. What's going on out there, Snowman? What's going on out there? And some new traders. Say hello if you're out there checking out some of the show. It's always good to see some new faces. And SK Hynix is up this morning. A nice little gap up trade. We'll look to see if these trades can continue. Let's go to the Sunrise. Let's talk about the action today and what you can be looking in the tapes, of course. The chips are trying to rip their faces. NVIDIA's 9.3 stakes in Nebulous dropped overnight and lit the fuse. The semi-complex has been begging for the last week, right? And the SMH has been on a 9% route. Micron and SOXQ leading the tape here this morning, 4% on a pre-market bid, while oil easing and gold ripping to fresh records. Tape now hangs on the question whether the 9:30 cash open will convert a pre-market gap into a real reversal with the Qs, or whether they will sell the great print pattern claims to be the next scalp on the bounce. Will they just sell it and it comes right back in? Right? We'll see what happens there. Overnight driver, Iran opened a second front, but oil fades the news. As Trump direction, U.S. forces struck a fresh round of Iranian military targets overnight. How many targets is there, man? It just seems incredible to me that they're still attacking there. But in parallel, Yemen's Iran-aligned Houthis announced a naval blockade of Saudi Arabia, threatening to open the Red Sea front alongside the Persian Gulf choke point, wider trade energy risk than the Hormuz, only pictures the tape as it's priced for 9 sessions. Let's see what happens here. Crude, of course, is lower in the pre-market after Brent pushed near 90 yesterday. So if we start to clear 90, that's really the concern, because then that gets into the real inflationary concern of above 100. We'll see what happens on that. But if oil can continue trickling down, or maybe we just see an all-out type of rally type of day. That's the types of things that we need to be looking for. Like Michael said it, right? When will we get that type of day? We'll see what happens. Q's continuing to push there. Hey, Rando, you wanted to see it push through the highs. Can we see it push through the high right now? We are on the brink of it. 705.70s. We'll look to see if we clear into the 706. All right, let's continue taking a look around out there. Of course, the big news is that NVIDIA news. We'll talk a little bit more about it coming up here as Nebulous is up 7.6%. Let's go to it. MBIS there. You guys see it taking another push there towards the 196 as NVIDIA disclosed that 9.3 passive stake in the overnight SEC filing and formalizing the previously announced $2.2 billion investment as an equity relationship. Freedom Capital upgraded the buy with 200 price point, calling it last week's 775 million senior secured debt raise a positive catalyst. Nebulous is an Amsterdam base and it has a $46 billion market cap and is up to $27 billion multi-year agreement. This is, of course, the highest torque tied to today's AI supplier lane bid. But hey, as long as Nebulous right now can kind of hang in here, we're looking good. I'll be sending an alert there for the 200 rise. Can we get the push through the 200? Can we continue the party in the Qs? All right, we'll take a look around out there. General Motors stock reporting this morning. Q2 beat here and second guide raise of 2026. Revenues at $48 billion beat the $46.61 billion Bloomberg consensus. EBITDA adjusted at $3.9 billion beat the $3.7 billion mark, and net income of $1.3 billion was down 31% year over year on a $1.1 billion charge to supplier claims from the smaller than expected EV market. Guidance raised for the second time this year as the fiscal year net income to $8.4 and $9.4 billion, EPS diluted to 8.98. Up to a high of 10.98. Automotive operating cash flows now to 15.4, all the way up to a 19.4 billion outlook. Underlining Q2 EBITDA adjustment grew 30% as truck and Super Cruise carrying the mix here. So if you're buying up your General Motors trucks, well, you guys see where the money's going. The 8:30 conference call is where the EV charge gets legated. We'll see what happens. Definitely, you guys are seeing this nice recovery right now, holding well. Can GM lift today? Can that help names like Tesla kind of rebound? We'll see what happens on the action. NLC up also there, was getting a nice little push, now down here on a beat and a raise. Record backlog, Q2 sales of $10.9 billion, up 5% year over year, beat to $10.81 billion estimate. EPS at $7.68 billion, topped the 6.82 consensus. So everything looking good underneath the hood here. CEO Warden, though, flagged a new record backlog backlog driven by robust global demand. Defense demand continues compounding. So it's kind of hard to see this name down. And it doesn't make me feel good about, like, let's say SpaceX or even like defense overall. I mean, right now we were starting to see defense kind of hold in with RTX, but NLC not looking good there. Maybe it can do a rebounding trade, right? RTX still hanging in there. Lockheed Martin still hanging in there, but they're not on breakouts at least. That's one thing for certain. Cracker Barrel. Who's eaten at a Cracker Barrel before? Please let me know in the chat by throwing up your CRBL for the Cracker Barrel. Do we not even have Cracker Barrel? Oh my God. Oh no, I put it wrong. I put it in wrong. There you go. There's the Cracker Barrel. Cracker Barrel getting a nice little spike up in the pre-market on debt pay down, balance sheet reset. Announced Monday a $77 million sales leaseback of 26 company-owned locations, with institutional real estate investors proceeding to the debt. Diverser of the Maple Street biscuit trademark, plus 35 locations of Biscuit Belly. Ooh, that actually sounds really good. I think it was just because I read Maple Street Biscuit, and that got me excited. Has anyone been to a Maple Street Biscuit trademark? I don't think I have been to it, but I don't know about you guys, but biscuits in the morning sounds really good to me. I know I've been to a Biscuitville. Oh man, those things are amazing. Comp restaurants are running at 2.5%. Comp retail is up 0.5% through the first 11 weeks of the fiscal fourth quarter. Company now expects to hit or exceed the high end of its 3.27 and 3.3 billion full year revenue range, and exceeding the 120 to 125 million adjusted EBITDA guidance. Small cap, but the sequence here showing that real estate monetization and non-core divestiture, and then a guide to the upside, is a textbook restructuring build here. Cracker Barrel turning things around, and all they needed to do was keep their logo, and they didn't have to fight this much. But hey, let me know how you guys are feeling about the biscuits. Let me know. Anybody's been to that biscuits, because I could use some biscuits right now. All right, what's going on out there, guys? It's good to be with you guys. Let's keep the party going. Let's take a look around in the market. Steel Dynamics also down here. A lot of earnings coming in here now. Of course, you guys can keep up with all the after hours earnings right here on Trade the Pool. Catch the streams. Don't miss them. And we'll see what's going on out there. All right, let's take a look here. Q still hanging in there. Haven't broken the 706. It tapped it there just a second ago. Went to 705.90s. We'll look to see if we clear into the 706 range and can continue going. Steel Dynamics down 1.9% this morning as it did report, but we'll look to see if this can recover here, as the EPS did miss here. Came in at 369, missing the 377 consensus. Though the revenues at 6.09 billion beat the 5.57 billion mark. Classic mix print. Top line better on volume pricing, bottom line pressured. So the market is punishing the miss on the name that had already outperformed on tariff protection tailwinds. We'll see what happens on this to see if we get some rebounding action. Let's take a look here. Last one that I'll take a look at is Archer. So Archer right there up 2.07%, unveiled a new autonomous aircraft called Thunder in its partnership with Aduro, aimed at a defense sector application. The Archer's second defense pivot in a quarter. So the story is no longer about Evolve passenger. This is an Evolve and autonomous defense play. So we'll see what happens here to see what happens there in Archer. Archer doesn't look too bad, right? A lot of volume coming in here, really trying to start turning things around. It's right at a really cheap valuation. When you think about it over time, I mean, you're getting a nice little pullback opportunity. You've really rebounded off the $5. I think you could chop around here for a while, but I think at some point this gets back above, let's say $6.50, $7. It'd be interesting back above there. I wouldn't be jumping too quickly, but we'll see what happens. Of course, at 9:30, the chip complex will be the focus. What happens to these names that were doing well? Of course, this morning we're seeing some nice little pre-market reads, right? As the SMH comes back up roaring, the Micron back up, AMD back up, AVGO, Intel, NVDA, right? And don't forget, Intel reports on Thursday, right? There's a lot of action this week from the tech names, and I think that's something that you need to keep your eyes open to. Earnings, of course, will continue. There's still more earnings today in the aftermarket close. You'll get Capital One, you get Chubb, EQT is definitely an interesting one, IBKR, Alaska Air. Right. We'll take a look at that action. And of course, don't miss to see what happens tomorrow, because that's really when the fireworks begin. All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring on Michael Noss. Let's talk about the market action. Let's talk about the rebound. As there you have it, Michael. Did we see our V bottom? We were looking for it. It's playing in pretty well here. Did they just load in right before the earnings?
Maybe down a little bit today or yesterday, up a little bit today. I just think I was hoping you'd have some good news that we finally broke out of a range, that we moved around, that something happened, but I guess not yet. So it's interesting, right? It was nice that we sold off yesterday and now we're back to that high. But if we zoom out here on the SPY, and this is a 30-minute chart, we're still not even inside the range that we were last week. So that's what again, hammering the table. I know we're broken clocks on this. We're beating dead horses, whatever term you want to use, but it is the reality of the market that we are at prices not seen since yesterday. And even with this gap up, we are not even into this range right here. So if we go to the daily chart, right, we're inside this range and we haven't even made it into this range, let alone out of this range. So I think everything just points at let's just hang out and wait for something to occur to shake us out. I think we all kind of agree and see that that's likely going to be earnings that does that. We obviously don't know for sure, but it's more annoying this earnings cycle than last. I really liked, and it probably wasn't on purpose, but when pretty much every company you cared about all lined up at the exact same time to go through and to make sure that the earnings make sense, like that they all just do it on the same day. Like I was thinking, why don't we all do that? Every company in the world reports earnings on one day and just gets it done, and we move on. Of course, that never happened, but we have two. So we have kind of the pre-event that we have our Tesla and Google. That's going to be big. That's two of the Mag 7, a pretty big percentage there of the market. And then from there, we have the next one, where next Wednesday we have more of the same. So we could be in this range for some time, and I just want to let everyone know that. And overall, it's bullish, right? You don't need to draw fancy lines and I think define like an exact pattern or something here. You just need to look at the overall action to say it's messy, it's sloppy. And that kind of messy action, I think in the overall grand scheme of things, is perfectly fine and normal and healthy for what we're seeing here, which is just a market that has no economic reports that we care about. They have no earnings until some this week, some next week. We have a off and on kind of war that just seems to cycle depending on the minute. And we have the midterm election. So, all year I've been saying this is before midterm elections, things get messy. And so far, we did way better in the first part of the year than seasonally normally happens. But then so far, from kind of this is May's price. So from May on, and we're over halfway through the end of July. So May, June, July, so 3 months, almost one quarter. And then maybe into August at this point, we get this chop. And that's okay. You just need to make sure that you're trading the appropriate things. And one thing that I thought that was a little bit telling yesterday is just the massive outperformance of the Qs versus everything else, right? So if we go and we take a look at the SPY, closed right near yesterday's low, like pretty much exactly right at that. You can see both these candles are roughly the same closing price. If we go to IWM, more of the same, right? Big red candle, almost near the prior day's low. If you go to RSP, you were actually down from yesterday's low. So it was a negative breath day. You had more stocks that were down yesterday than up. But then you had the kind of shining beacon on the hill, which was the Qs. And the Qs, again, if we compare it to yesterday's low, got nowhere near yesterday's low. And then actually, even though that day's action, the intraday's action was pretty bad, we actually closed green and we held up there. And that is the exact opposite of what we've been seeing for weeks. If you zoom out on this chart, the Qs have been making new lows here inside this range for weeks. And then if you took it either the RSP or IWM, these more better indications of what the overall market's doing. You can see closer to the highs and really hasn't moved too much from that high. And RSP, very close to all-time highs and haven't really moved much from that high. So this was more rotation. It was rotation back into the other side of things. But it's just kind of, it's what we see. It's what we see with the rotational idea where we have some sectors that are doing fine and some sectors that aren't. Just yesterday, it was the inverse of what we've been seeing for the last 3-4 months. To get us out of this range, I think you just need one moment in where we're not getting the seesaw of one sector up, the other sector down. We just get everything to go up for a day or so. That's what I think we need to break. We didn't see it yesterday. This morning, we're seeing a little bit of it. But if you just look at kind of the pre-market numbers, RSP, there's not really much volume to look at RSP in the pre-market, but IWM has it, and that's only up 0.13%. And then you go to the Qs, and it's up 1.3%. So huge outperformance here in tech. So we've been saying for the last couple of weeks to maybe step back and avoid tech. I think maybe we're seeing a little bit of the opposite, but just want to remind everyone, the market is not tech. There is many other stocks out there in the market. So if tech's going up, it doesn't mean that the market's going down. If vice versa, right, you can have tech going up and everything else going down, and that's not a healthy market. Until we see everyone participate, I'm like, okay, this is probably just going to be more kind of back and forth ranging action.
All right, let's go ahead. Let's bring in Airplane Jane and see she's back. Here she is, guys, flying in. What's going on, Airplane Jane? We missed you.
I know, me too. I don't know if I just messed up the whole share screen. Let's redo this here. I have been as wild and crazy as the market with my life, this on again, off again war. That's pretty much the way that it's kind of been. But looking at the market with Michael, I've come back after a couple weeks away and starting to really see that these big guys have changed their positioning. For the SPY, I do have it on the left as well. It's probably a little bit, that's the way my mind reads it on the left. So I try to break it down for everybody else on the right. But right now, looking that we are seeing that bigger money is up above us, right? If you actually just look at the chart for the SPY, we're starting to see somewhat of a rounded top. Yes, we had an upward move, but I'm not fully convinced. We do have tech that is returning back to being that leader and powerhouse in the market, especially with all the talk about going crypto. It's interesting to see what has somewhat popped up in my feeds and what has stood out as I have not been so much engrossed in the market. The shutdown of the Fed, the IRS, and what is that going to do going towards crypto for the banking space as well, that's coming in. And how could that also affect the market? We saw 24-hour markets happening in London. So looking to see how could this potentially affect the market? How could this potentially affect us? And what could be that safe haven should we see the market go into a downturn? Is it going to be governmental bonds? If we see that the Fed is shutting down, we have Trump's new revenue, whatever it's called, I don't remember. And would it be more the municipal bonds that we are going to see where that money in safe haven is going into, where people pay directly into their municipalities? They're paying their local taxes, those local bonds, the local companies, as opposed to the governmental structure that might actually cause, say, TLT to tank a little bit. So looking at the broader picture of the market, we see that the SPY, we have it, it's up above us. The Qs were hanging out just below that bigger money level at 712.38. We have the Russell as well right now that has it above us, 295.50. This is that broader market, right? The Russell 2000. So this is 2,000 stocks that we are checking out. When we look at the Dow, we are also hanging out just below. So I'm starting to really get red signals. I'm sorry I haven't been able to share that daily with you guys. It's been, treading water in my life with an international move. And looking at this and saying, hey, right now, I'm starting to get those redder signals. We do have earnings coming up. Big indications, those bank earnings. What are banks doing? We have the talk of Fed rates being raised. Now, that's not going to happen until September. So maybe we will see an upward turn a little bit and then a heavy hit in September. When the broader market is looking to take it down. March of 2020, they started selling in October of 2019. So they have been now repositioning right here. I haven't adjusted this yet. This is 2368 for UVXY. So we are above it, hanging out at 2416 today. It didn't adjust there. VXX, I see that they're hanging out at 2144. So we are getting levels that are saying, I've got red across the board. I see that we are bullish on gold. I haven't checked TLT. I'll do that. I'll post it out on Twitter and tag, and I'll do the bonds as well to see if money rotation is going into the bonds. But right now I am seeing, here, I'll give you guys just a little snippet of this right here. It's just this area. You know what? Let me do a screenshot. That's better. Not screenshot, but a snip right here so that you guys can see just that little bit of information. And I'll break it down. You guys can take a screenshot yourselves, highlight that for yourselves if you'd like. But this is where that point of control is. And I have it automatically set. So if it's higher, these are those inverse indicators. So UVXY were higher, VXX were higher, UVIX were higher, SPXS were higher, SQQ were higher, SRTY were higher, SDOW. So this is giving me it's time to potentially take some protection measures because we're starting to see the fear set in. We're starting to see people trade those fear indexes. We're starting to see that the bigger money is taking a potential short or correction type trade. Gold is long. We are just barely short on silver. Long on oil right now. The dollar, we are just slightly above and getting mixed signals here that it might be time to buy short the dollar as well. We're just on the edge for silver and for the dollar. Other than that, I'm getting full on sell signals, and it might be time. I'm going to start looking at the bonds as well to see, is the money flowing into the bonds? Is this a scenario where we need to say, okay, let's get into a bit of protection measures. Let's go ahead and protect that capital, whether that means taking stops, going short, putting money into cash, putting it into safe havens that are going to pay you that interest, so that if the market were to go down, you're still making profit. You are still going to make profit with growth. Interest rates could be going up. That can hurt the tech stocks that have the funding going on. So the bigger money is always going to trade ahead of the news. It's going to trade ahead of the Fed decision. And if we see that Warsh is talking about raising interest rates, they could take this month, this next 8 weeks, to position their money for a bigger drop come that September FOMC meeting. this on again, off again war, it's like Chicken Little. The sky is falling, the sky is falling. Well, it hasn't fallen yet. And, one day it's great. We just saw that the Canadian economy got the 50% tariff hit. And that is a scenario where that's going to affect all of Canadian goods. I didn't look at Shopify yet. What's that going to do as far as Shopify? The one Canadian tech stock, is that going to become cheaper? I'm not sure. If the
it'll be the same as last time. And this is, the whole thing with the tariffs and the war. It's like no one believes him anymore. Like he knows as soon as the TLT drops, everyone knows as soon as the TLT drops to a certain point, he'll just abandon everything he's doing and just move on. It's the whole, it's the nothing ever happens camp has been on fire with just saying, okay, oh yeah, there'll be a war this time. Well, that's until the market dips a bit. And, oh, you're going to do a tariff this time? Okay, that's until the market dips a bit. And I just think everyone just kind of moving on and forgetting about a lot of this stuff, which is interesting. It just means our focus is different now. It's earnings. Probably it's no longer the dude ranting about random stuff. It's now what are companies kind of actually making. And, we have a couple big weeks for that. We got 2 big weeks to see what people are actually making. And yeah, Tax saying Canada sent fire services. We actually lost someone a couple days ago, a fireman who was fighting fires in the States. So probably won't be doing that as much anymore. But yeah, I think I didn't know him, but I knew a guy who knew him who went down to help you guys out with one of the fires. But yeah, it'll just be the same thing. It will be 50% tariffs, and then a day later, 20% tariffs, and a day later, it's like, oh, we worked out the best deal. This is the greatest deal of all time. There's never been a better deal, and then it's all forgotten about.
You keep your smoke up there, you Canadians.
You keep your smog down there.
That the tariffs would have affected me. This increase would have affected me. I imported my car last Monday. It would have been a difference of 22.5% if I imported it yesterday. So it does affect people, and it does affect the individual pocket for people that are coming and buying in Canada, for Americans that might be buying and crossing the border and coming down. You don't see it in the general public necessarily, but it will affect. I have noticed since the tariffs went into effect that it has affected the Canadian economy. Being dual citizen, you can see when you cross the border, you can see the difference. I've been doing that, for the past 4 months, and seeing the disparity between the increases in price since all these tariffs have happened. And right away, even within the day yesterday, the Canadian US exchange changed. And that is something that's, the US dollar is dominant, and whatever comes out, the tweets and the comments from Trump affect the world. And if he is talking about changing the governmental structure in the US with the revenue income, that's going to ripple throughout the world. And I think that could definitely create a bigger wave in the market than people are prepared for.
Can he even do tariffs anymore? I thought the Supreme Court slapped his hand and said you can't do tariffs anymore.
They are still there.
So,
I will tell you, they are still there.
It's just the way it works, man. The president rules all here. That's the way it works, man. It doesn't matter. The president rules all. He's the most powerful man in the world, and he'll continue being so. We'll see what happens out there, guys. Definitely focusing in on tech, as tech is hanging in here, and I'm starting to see some nice bids starting to come in here. Looking at a name that's getting a nice little bid like Cisco. We'll look to see if that can start to rebound. I'll be looking for names like that to get the nice little push there. Cisco getting already a little bit of a bid up there towards the 112s, 113s. Looking to see if the Qs can cross back into the 706 range. Really, that's what we're going to look at out the gates. Will we give them a chance to come in? I don't think so, because comments like Derek Thompson, and it's not to point out It's just more to point out the conversation there. Like he said, like I was trying to play the TQQQ right to the upside, and then I kind of like messed up the trade with Soxel, and I didn't get it. But now it's mooning. Question is, do they let them in on the trade today? We'll see what happens. This might just be a runaway trade where the chase might be on now. Right. So we'll see what happens, because we're getting a bunch of higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows, higher lows that are continuing to trend.
It looks to me like even on that chart, it could be a bit of a bear flag. If you were to draw an upper trend line, it might be setting up for that bigger move down, just with the bigger signals that
it just needs to get. Yeah, it needs to get back all the way up there to 170 though before it would kind of flip, right? So that still leaves room for continued upside, right?
Regardless of what I think, this is a trade that I'm going to take. This is the beauty of systematic trading. So I have this up here, and this is what I sent over to the Stats Edge members there. And this is Turnaround Tuesday, which is an interesting phenomenon in which if the market's down, Friday and Monday, there is like a 78% chance it's going to be up from the open. I have the stats here. So turnaround 2 is the oldest calendar effect in the books. So I went back to like 1950 to test this, and there's a 78% chance you're up more than you're down. It's not like the biggest edge in the world. It's not something that I would completely hang my hat on and just trade this exclusively, because it's so rare. I think you get like 2 or 3 of these triggers every single year. So we're looking to buy it here and exit into the first strong session. So that's, again, regardless of what I think, that's a trade that's kind of all set up and ready to go. And yeah, 78% win rate. So 78% chance we're higher in the next couple of days from wherever the open is today. And you can see all the stats here. It's a negative R trade. So, your average loser is worse than your average winner, roughly, right? Average loser is 1.4%, average winner is 1.2%, but with a 78% win rate. And again, this is something that is a huge, again, it's existed for 100 plus years, and it's just, if you're down, I think if you're down Friday, Monday, and I think Thursday too, let me look here just to make sure, then the odds that you get this turnaround Tuesday is pretty big. Yeah, so Thursday we're down, Friday we're down, and then on Monday we're down on the SPY. So that 3 days, and doing that in that order, again, just seems to have a pretty crazy win rate. So that's one of those very small edges that we just kind of take our shot on, and away we go. 78% of the time we'll be right. 22% of the time we'll be wrong.
All right, traders. I know one thing that we can be right on, and it's a big week right now for big accounts traders. So only for 48 hours, we're giving you guys a special feature. I didn't even know this was real. I had to actually double check to make sure that it was. Get more buying power on the same price for the next 48 hours only. We're boosting your buying power at no extra cost to help you capitalize on the volatility of this earnings season. Here's what's included. In the 50K account right now, you'll get up another additional 10K, getting you up there to 60,000 in buying power. And the 100K account can get you all the way up there to 120K buying power. That's another additional 20K buying power for you guys. Same price, more buying power, more opportunities, of course, during the earnings season. And of course, this is for new users. So definitely get after it, traders. If you're thinking about getting after Trade the Pool, right now is your opportunity.
More buying power, always better. Are the rules of the evals the same? Like same amount you got to make and same amount?
Same amount. You just got a little extra cash.
You got a little extra cash. So if you have an edge, it should be able to exploit that opportunity, that edge more. And,
especially if you're trying to trade, like, let's say the earnings, because earnings is after hours, right? On those day trade accounts, you're getting your buying power restricted towards the 10% of that. So the extra little additional can definitely help, right? That's a nice little added bonus there to kind of help you trade in the after hours if that's your game. I will tell you guys that if you haven't taken a look at trading in the after hours or the 24-hour market, I would definitely be taking a look at it, as last night was another example of me waking up today in deep, deep green for taking an opportunity overnight versus taking it in the intraday, right?
Which ones did you trade, Mitch?
I'm in
Can you show us those
SNDK and look at the
trades?
rip, right? Look at this.
Nice.
I'll show you it. There's $700 on SNDK right now, up there towards 1510s. Can we get up there above now, making a nice breakout attempt here? And the Q's continuing, right? Now the 706 seems like it's in reach here. So we'll look to see what happens. I do have one trade in the red, but I'm looking for this trade to go green right out the gates. We'll look to see what happens there on Zscaler as I look to see that the cybersecurity names can stay strong today out the gates there. So not a bad day for me, guys. I'm just trying to ride it up right now. The way that I look at this, if I continue to ride up SanDisk, I might be able to get a nice 4-digit trade again on this name. So let's see if we can get it up there, make that breakout, push towards like 1550, 1600, and I will run right out the gates here as I hit up there towards $1,400 at the $1,600 spot. 1550s, that's already 4 digits, and we're right there, guys. Let's see what happens here. SanDisk, can we keep it going? Can Money Mitch bring the bag home again? NBIS giving me the alert there on the pullback look. Yeah, the pullback look there for NBIS. If you guys are looking for that look, we'll see what happens there as we get a little bit of a pullback. We're looking for continuation above 200 for a name like that. I'd be watching the mags, right? That's what I think you look at. Google was strong yesterday, pulled back here in the pre-market. We'll see if it gets the lift again. Amazon was a name that recently had been holding in here. We'll take a look to see if Tesla can turn the boats, as it was red for 2 days in a row now. Can we see this one have a Tuesday turnaround type of trade? Of course, earnings coming in Wednesday and a lot of action to take a look off of that. Cisco, that I just had mentioned back, looking like it wants 113s. We'll look to see if some of these names continue. COHR, another name that was pushing yesterday. I gave you guys this name right out the gates yesterday that was a good tech name that was holding well. I said look into this space with what? LITE, Fabrinet, and names like that, and look at the continuation in those names this morning. Nice push and continuation back to the upside. So there are some tech names that are having nice gap ups. This looks great to see, right? This is what we want to be seeing, right, in the AI complex. I know there's a lot of fear out there. There's a lot of people out there just like scared, and that's because they've gotten their face ripped off in technology in the last 2 or 3 weeks. So I think at this point, you have to be really nimble. You have to go with the trading action, and you need to be looking ahead. That's what's gotten me to being so bullish this week. That's what's gotten me able to get this win right here. And I think that that's the way I'm going to continue being, because I think that a lot of times we have a tendency of creating the uncertainty right before the best times in the market. So look at the SPY lifting here. Look at the Qs lifting. They're not giving you an opportunity. There's 706. There's the high from yesterday. Let's get after it. Put up those sleep. Let's get fighting, baby. I'm coming in for that knockout punch today. Let's go.
Awesome. Just checking out SMH as well, just to see. I have roughly all of them except for 2 that have the bigger money above. I'm going to revamp everything and just double check that for you guys. But it looks like right now, those might have opportunities. Awesome that you are rocking all those trades. Way to go, Mitch. What are you seeing, Mike?
Let's get it.
I'm just waiting here looking for the open. Just FYI, I might have to dip for a quick second because I'm expecting a delivery when this $10,000 computer, whenever this friggin' thing shows up.
Really good action, guys. Right out to start there. Basic materials pushing right back to the upside. 1.2%. Copper up 4% out the gates there. Looking really nice here on a rebound trade on those names. We'll look to see how that continues. Aluminum doing well. Of course, gold was already doing well overnight, so that's continued to do well here out the gates there. Utilities in the green. Industrials, energy, tech in the green. Real estate, financials, cyclicals in the green here. Let's see if defensives can get green and healthcare. Communication services down 0.3. Very low red action to begin here. The sectors are looking a lot greener than they were yesterday. And it's not just one sector or two sectors like we saw early on. Yesterday, it was all about tech and energy early, eventually led by communication services. I'm looking to see, do we see some more sector action, some more piston action, and yet strong tech? If we can get that, that's how you lift the SPY. That's how you keep this party going. And that's how you turn the action look on anybody that got bearish too quickly.
Yeah, I'm looking at so we have the IWM up from the open. RSP actually just flipped negative down from the open. So average large cap stock down just a bit. SPY down from the open, challenged that pre-market high, but then reversed from that. So far, right, it's a little bit of weakness there in the SPY. Let's see if that turns and breaks through that high, but getting good strength in the IWM, so in the small cap space. We've got, looking here, yeah, XLV up from the open, RSP still down from the open, IWM up from the open, Q's down pretty good from the open, down almost 0.5% from its opening print. So just let things kind of shake out a bit, right? So the first candle here is just down on the Qs there, and then IWM, you're getting the kind of reverse of that. So if you just look at these two, it's a pretty good way to see what's people are bought as soon as the liquidity popped in and what people are selling as soon as liquidity popped in. So let's just see it, we're 3 minutes in. So obviously this stuff can change, but that's just what I'm seeing right off the jump here.
Names continuing. Fabrinet, talked about that one yesterday. That has a nice action move right out the gates here, up 5% already, guys. AAOI up 5.96%. AMD up 5.78%. If I look at my AI scanner, I see one name red. That's it. And the whole scanner. So pretty good action there in AI names. We'll look to see what else is going on in the market here. Let's see what else is holding in here. Ethereum holding in here. Bitcoin was holding in yesterday. I talked about that trade off the $12 spot there. It's trading 13s today. So not bad action there as Bitcoin continuing to rally back there. 13.11s now for Bitcoin. All right, looking to see SanDisk hold in there, and really it's just all about the hourly levels. It's okay to see some pullback, right? I mean, it was really strong here. Let's see what the buyers can step up on the bid here. And the real key is, as long as we can continue being green in the sectors today, that's what I want to see, right? Industrials green is already a good sign. That's the area that's really been getting hit hard with the energy down, right? Or energy ripping, right? Kind of that trade. Let's see if energy can go up today and the industrials go up. That's a telling sign, right? Because then now you're seeing that divergence of relationship, right? So that's what I'd be looking for. I see XLI going higher and the XLE going higher.
So
if that can happen, that'd be impressive.
To get me confident here, we need to. So we're gonna start.
There's Zscaler back to green there. There's that red to green action there in Zscaler. Kind of expected it with the Qs up high and up big. Let's see if we can start to see some tech names start to lead here, like some software names like PanW. Can we get PanW to kind of go green here? CrowdStrike. Let's see if we can get some of these software names to kind of rip higher. Zscaler now going back into the green there for me. So good looking action here on this name. And I got a good amount of this. So looking good this morning. Let's keep rocking. Let's make some money.
Yeah, so this Q's first 5 minute candle, quite red. And starting to look like a little bit of a failed breakout of that prior high. So that's what we need to see, I think, to get everyone excited again, is if we start to reverse back up and this kind of erases this failed breakout where we just popped above pre-market high and then just popped right back down right away. That was showing that sellers were kind of waiting there. Looks like we're trying to put in a little bit of a bounce. So if we can clear that again and start trending higher, I think that's what everyone needs to kind of breathe a sigh of relief that we're just not going to fade here off the open, or not continue to fade here off the open.
There we go, SanDisk. That's what I wanted to see. Don't give him a chance. Let's go. Let's lift off.
Right now, I'm seeing that they're hanging out at 705.27. So as long as we can hang out there and go move on up, we'll likely have that upward motion. We don't really have that many announcements this week either. We have unemployment claims on Thursday. So it wouldn't surprise me that we move upwards. Nice, Rich. I see you watching. That, we've got oil inventories. Is the on again, off again war going to play into that? And unemployment claims. Right now, I see that they're buying oil. So I imagine that, we're not going to have as much of a supply on Wednesday. And interesting, we have a Treasury currency report. Have you ever seen that, Michael? I don't usually see Treasury.
Yeah,
I've never really noticed. I mean, it's a non-event according to this.
I was going to say that's why you've probably never noticed it, because it's just saying they release this is how much Canadian dollars and euro and whatever they hold, and it's like, okay, who cares? It's like, unless there was some like catastrophic change in it, which there never is. It's like the government just holds enough foreign currencies in order to do business with those. It's like the most like boring report in the world, but it's going to be one of those one day. There's going to be like a huge, like, why are you holding 100 times more euro than you were before? And then it'll be a big deal. So it's one of those, no one cares until something crazy occurs.
Something to care about.
Mm-hmm. Until they load it all up with USDC, right?
I don't even know if that would make it, because it's a foreign. So
that's not like a foreign. That's a digital.
Yeah, the yuan version of it or something like that. And everyone goes, what? Why are you buying? Yeah, there's a lot of these like beige book. I don't even know what beige book is, but I know it happens sometimes, and no one cares about it.
That's what we would say is beyond our payroll, right? Beyond our price side.
Well, that's why I love these. If you go to like Forex Factory, it's why I love this, is because it's a simple color coding. Yes. And all they've done is they've taken, and I actually emailed them to ask them how they come up with the color code, and they just say they look at the percent change in the market over the last like 20 times this thing's been reported. And if it's like greater than 0.5%, it's red. And if it's like between 0.5% and 0.25%, it's yellow. And then if it's like negligent, like random noise, then it's like the paler yellow of it. So
I'll take a look at my screen here. I actually been working on a new dashboard for macro releases. It's going to be pretty interesting.
Very nice.
But it can give us like, the fun part is this is like absolutely free, and it pulls from like the Fed like prints, like their public APIs, right? So it actually even have a countdown, right? Like our next major one is the ECB rate decision, right? And it has a countdown, and it goes actually live the moment like it scrapes, like right before it's about to go live, and it just starts scraping, waiting for the data to come out. And so this will give us a nice little preview and summary, literally in instants. Like, so instead of reading the print, I'll be reading an AI summary in seconds, right? I think this is where we're going to, where the economic data, right? So and the fun part is I am pushing this towards being like explanatory, right? So like we could actually deep dive in, we can get results, right? I'm going to be doing this live for us to go into it so that we can kind of cover things. But hey, gotta build, right? And that's the fun part. It can do it live. You can just poll the desk. You can pull Fed conversations, street voices. Hey, keep building, guys. Let's go.
Right now, I'm seeing that for the past 5 quarters, all of the bigger money is below on GLD. So getting a big gold purchase signal now. If we were to go below 367, that would be an exit. But for GLD, the gold sector, it is looking pretty strong to me. And that is also another hedge that once I start to see that and see the money go into the metals, that it's a, hey, you could rock the shorts. Just get ready. Flex that shorting muscle if you are just a long bias trader. It's a good time to practice now, and practice with the trade the pool account where you get that extra 10,000. Go ahead and utilize and leverage the capital so that if you are not just a long and short trader, if you're just a long bias trader, go ahead and leverage that capital to get the experience.
Well, and I always think learning to short in an account with like no risk to you is a smart idea, because as we know, shorting comes with an unlimited amount of risk. Like you can, there's many horror stories of people getting blown out on a halt or something on short. So I think it's just a great use our money and until you're very, very comfortable doing it, and then maybe start utilizing some of your own. But it's one of those, if you are not very disciplined, then it can be a real big problem. So the Qs are, we tried to retake that post-market high there. Where are we? We tried to take this high right here and failed pretty quickly. And that's not looking good. So we're back down to the lows of the day on the Qs.
What,
So
you freaking out because we're on support?
no, we tried to break out and we failed. That's just objective. We got a reality. We're at the lows of the day. I'm not freaking. Those are just the things that are happening. It's like,
I don't know. It's fine. At least underneath the hood, everything's looking good. If you're looking at the semis going back into the green, they're holding really well here. So
it depends if you're
the
looking.
trade's back.
Depends if you're from the close or from the open, right? So you got to just make sure, like from the open.
Micron doing really well.
Down.
SanDisk doing well. AMD doing well.
Yeah, just the top line. Like SMH is down from the open. The Qs are down from the open. The SPY is down from the open. IWM is actually now down from the open. DRAM?
DRAM is what I'm watching, really. I mean, names like this, right?
DRAM, Micron, Intel. Those are some of the bigger names this morning that were gapping to the upside as well to help give it the lift.
Exactly. So I'm watching that memory complex to see if it can keep holding here. Micron doing really well, and it's SK Hynix. They kept washing it out, right? Is this going to be the time where they actually lift it, right? That's the real tell. That's the real watch.
See what
if
Jim Cramer
SK Hynix goes to 200, where will this market be in a week?
I don't know, but the Koreans might be just all burnt out and exhausted, man. I saw a chart I saw a chart of their daily returns of their index over the last month, and it is insane. It is like one day up 10%, the other day down 15%, the other day up 10%. And this is like their entire stock market. And it's like, how exhausting would it be to, we get, oh man, the market was down 2 days, 2 times in a row. Here it is. The market was down 2% today. What a bad day. Let's put like breaking news all over the media. So this is the return of the entire Korean stock market over the last couple days here. So yeah, down 9%, up 5%, down 7%, up 6%, down 9%, up. It's like, this is just crazy. If this was happening in America, this would be trillions and trillions of dollars just flipping back and forth like this. And as much as people complain about the concentration of the US market, at least not this. This to me would be stressful. It's like, imagine you've got your entire net worth, you're 65, and you've got your entire net worth just in your index fund, and it's just whipping around 10% a day. Oh, that would for trading.
Yeah,
have at it, right? Good for you. I read more and more reports of like the Koreans turning into pure degens, and I for one am all for it. But it's like they just investors, the stress would be nuts. Not for me.
Watching if Zscaler could get back into the green there, and then just continuing to watch liftoff here. Got up as high as almost 9% there in SanDisk, though. Just continuing to see liftoff in the memory names. We'll see if SK Hynix can hold the open. That's the real key for me. If SK Hynix holds open and we keep kind of chugging along, I think Micron keeps following along. And if you really think about it, SNDK has been down 50% from its highs, or close to it. So, hey, these stocks have already pretty much gone through their bear market. Did we see rolling bear markets? And then now we're starting to see some buyers step back up.
That has been my argument for a very long time, that I don't think we see, and this could be like the worst. So clip this. This could be like the worst take of all time, but I don't think we see 2000s and 2008s anymore. I think the economy is too big and too diversified where, listen, if you had a whole basket of semiconductors, you felt like the world was coming to an end there because you lost like half your money. So I think it's very much pocket. So you're going to see 20-30% pullbacks in the SPY when the SPY is like super concentrated the way it is, but for like the rest of the world, they won't care. So it's more like, and Jane was around at this time too. In the year 2000, that was localized. Like 2008, it was like this, the entire, because the financial system almost collapsed. The whole world was coming to an end. But in 2000, it was like, sucks to be in tech stocks. Everything else is just fine. There wasn't like mass layoffs and, huge like recessionary kind of indicators and things like that. It was just like a normal kind of run of the mill recession. And I think this is more of what we see going forward is like real estate for the last long time has just been in the shitter. Like if you look at the
Healthcare comeback.
XLRA. So yeah, I think you're going to get pockets of the markets like rolling recessions. You're going to get areas where like things like real estate, everyone in COVID became a real estate agent. Like everyone on planet Earth that I knew, there was so many, and now no one's buying or selling houses. So like they're feeling it. And it's just because things have gotten so big that it's not like one country anymore. It's just a bunch of different countries, and you'll get some that get squashed, but other ones are doing fine, which is really going to trigger the bears if we don't end up seeing this. SpaceX doing a bit of a turn here as I'm ranting. It did a dip there off the open and now cracking through highs.
Beautiful. Let me see where the bigger money is on that one, if they've repositioned yet, because after this big drawdown.
What we're seeing right now, guys, is a rotationary effect coming in here, Michael. So right now, in the last 5 minutes, there's only technology that's red. So we're getting a Q's pullback with every sector going green in the last 5 minutes. So I think this is when you start to look to see, can you get liftoff in the XLV? Can you get liftoff in the, let's say, energy continuing to hold? Can you see industrials push on a day where you're seeing energy go higher? That's some divergence type of action that you're not normally going to see in a down tape, right? Like the reason why we've been seeing that relationship play in is because it makes sense, right? The XLE going higher, XLI goes down because oil gets expensive. And of course, Caterpillar goes down on that, right? And so like you could see that, right? The action right now. But let's see if this starts to play in where the XLI can go higher. And this is what you need also for the SPCX trade, right? Because the XLI, SPCX doesn't fall in technology, guys. It falls under the XLI, right? It falls in the industrial names, right? Defense names, aerospace and defense, right? So looking at Lockheed Martin today would be a good sign. RTX, and then go to the stock that had earnings today that didn't do well on its earnings, which was NOC, and you're seeing it come back today pretty strong. So they're buying up that earnings report that was pretty not a good report, but they're buying it up, right? So that's actually good signs there. Now that you got the XLV starting to lead, right? XLV is actually pushing really strong on the upside right now. So that tells me drug manufacturers, big boys, look good here. I'm not even going to take another trade because I might hit my 20K eval right now. So I don't really need to stress it. But Eli Lilly looks amazing here. I love Gilead on this pullback right underneath 130s where I just talked about it yesterday, potentially going back after a really strong last week. Looking for MRK to go right back to the upside. That could be a nice stock to look at there. And drug manufacturers overall looking good as healthcare starts to rebound. Look at the financials. They're even rebounding, right? So this is what we kind of needed. What was Michael talking about yesterday? We kind of need, if we're going to see a real rally, is everything playing in, right? And I think that, I'm not saying that it's completely, the day's done here, but at least we're getting the action that we need to see that type of lift. So now you need to see the Qs lead the action, right? Now catch that bid and go right back to the upside highs. If it breaks the highs and you got the SPY breaking highs because you're getting rotation in the XLV, you're getting rotation in the cyclical names, right? You're getting rotation real estate, industrials, right? That's what we need to really kind of keep the party alive. But one mention again that I think is very vital to this tech trade, SK Hynix. So if you're looking at if you're a real degenerate today, what is it? SKHX? Is that what it is?
There's like 5 of them now, which is just
Oh,
hilarious.
the leverage for you degenerates out there.
Yeah.
You
And
know
I'm
what? When
almost
they
4
start to
digits,
have
baby.
leverage-
4 digits almost already, guys. Let's go.
Very nice. When they start to have leverage, you know that the bigger money's getting in on it. Because if they are going to put out a leverage ETF, you know that there's going to be big moves. So when you start to see that leveraging coming out, that's when the big guys are really starting to play those stocks, because they are creating a scenario where the bigger money is going to manipulate it. And so when you can even, I'll go to stock analysis right here and I'll look for what is it? SKY? I don't know the ticker.
SKHY is the main one, but
HY?
SKHX is the leverage.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's
So if you go here, you just go
SKHD
ETF
and-
screener, SKHY. Yeah, let's search
You
it.
see, this is why I like my Boomer TC.
All right, it's not searching, but in any
knows my
event, you'll find
boomers.
it here. Like if you were to put in an NVIDIA, you can filter it right here. Never mind, I'm putting in the wrong box. You can see all of the leveraged ones. And when you start to see that there are so many, obviously NVIDIA, the biggest name, right? For sure, there's going to be leveraged ones. But when you put in the title of the company or the ticker and SKYH. Yes?
Yep. There's also HYNX. T-Rex.
So then you start to see,
7 of these things.
I'll let
It's
you guys do the
hilarious.
research because I don't have that ticker in the name correct. But you can see when you have those leveraged ETFs, that's when the big guys are getting in on it and they are going to move it with big moves, like the bigger prints and the bigger trades.
Well, and this is really what's going on with the Korean market too, right? Where they have these leverage versions. So they have 3 stocks that make up like the majority of the market. And then they have leverage versions of those. So what happens with these leverage versions of stocks is at the end of every day, they have to buy or sell a bunch of total return swaps to make up this gain. So it ends up being like this flywheel effect that if it goes up one day, well, then they have to then go out the next day and buy a whole bunch of SK Hynix stock. And then if it goes down the one day, they have to go and dump more on the market. So it's not just, you're not just leveraging the ETF, but the ETF just by existing is leveraging the other one. And in America, it's not that big of a deal because, the leverage version of the Qs is just nothing compared to the liquidity on the Qs. But in Korea, it's a big deal because it's starting to get to the point where these leveraged ETFs are doing more volume and have more liquidity than the underlying companies, which is just, again, shout out. If there's shout out to the Korean degens. I hope there's a couple in here having a great time. But it's it's creating this amplification effect that both these things are just ripping because everybody out there in the world has to buy them, including the ETF providers themselves. So I know a guy who's built a bot that so far is doing well. This edge will dry up soon, but where he's just calculating the amount of SK Hynix that the leveraged ETFs have to buy at the end of every day. And it calculates it and it puts out an order so that he's front running, which I'm sure there's a lot of people doing, which is only going to add to the. So it's just we're getting this moment in which there's just so much money in messing with these stocks that the whole world has decided to kind of join in. So that's why, if you're right, these things are going to be amazing rippers and everything's going to go fantastic. And if you're wrong, these things could just completely collapse 50% as we've seen. So just size yourself accordingly, right? Have fun. Just YOLO responsibly.
Exactly.
All right, guys, I will take us to some trade ideas here. I've been trying to help you guys out with certain setups there. Look at EG going higher. That was on the radar to look for that move. And there's MBIS breaking the high alert there. And that's what I was looking for, the move to the 200s. There's the 200s going into the strong side there. We'll look to see if MBIS can hold on and take that out. That's good looking sign there for tech that you're starting to see a strong name like this go higher. And you can look all around, right? I said look for potentially Bloom Energy getting the bounce back. Thank you, Tack, in the chat. I saw you, Tack. I see you guys out there in the chat. So keep going on in the chat. Keep throwing up your trade ideas in the chat. That's what it's all about, right? That's what we're here for. So if you guys see a trade idea, throw it up there, and we'll keep talking about them out here. You guys can definitely see out there that we're having a little bit of a mixed day now. There is some areas that are kind of pulled back. Defensive started to get a little weaker, communications, but they haven't taken out their low. So it tells me more and more we're in a nice bounce back type of day so far. Global banks holding in here. SPY is the area that I kind of can keep a watch out. You're still seeing a trickle down in the SPY and the Qs, even though you're seeing a lot of big stocks kind of lift here. Let's see what happens in the long run here. Will we see a continued push from the mags? I talked about Tesla today as an opportunity for you guys. Look at Tesla. Boom. This is earnings pop. That's an earnings pop right there. That's a change of trend, right? Tesla was on the complete downside look yesterday, complete falling off the tape. Look how it's rebounding today, right? So then look to see if you see more of the mags playing in. Microsoft, red to green there. Let's see if Google can play in here and go red to green. If this goes red to green, we're looking good, guys. That means the mags is playing in here, and the mags is what can hold the market up for sure, right? So let's see if the Apple can go green here, right? Tesla was really the drag. NVIDIA is a little bit red. Let's see if NVIDIA can kind of get back up there, as it has a little bit of a pullback after an opening pop up there towards 208.60s. So a lot of trade ideas out there. If you guys have trade ideas, make sure we're throwing them up in the chat. I'll catch them out there.
And we got SpaceX up almost 5% now. What's Tesla doing? Tech's talking about it.
You said
Are
it's
these just
going
like
side by
pro-Elon?
side. Yeah,
it's
overlay
Tesla's
them,
ripping as well.
right? Now, you guys can do the overlay trade, right?
I don't know if you can on the web. Here, I'll do it. Just
Yeah, I think you can. It looks like a
real
little
quick.
it looks like a kind of like a little two trend lines like above each other, usually by the price or where you're putting in the name, but it's all good.
pop that. Do that right now. Just do it quick. But yeah, so far today, right? They've been moving pretty close together. I think the whole I need money from one. Yeah, if you overlay these look pretty close, right? Obviously, SpaceX being more volatile than Tesla, but the direction's the same on them. So it could just be a pro Elon day. Today we love Elon. Tomorrow we'll hate him again. But everything is doing a nice little rip here on SpaceX. What's going on, Jesse? How's it going?
You don't love Elon every day? Come on.
Sometimes I can't make it to my shrine, my Elon shrine.
I set mine up every morning. Hey, Jane, good to see you.
Good to see you too. Before I tap out, I just want to show you guys really quickly, if you guys can share my screen. I wanted to show you 3 trades that happened this morning before you give your opinion there, Jesse. That right now we have EFV, IEFA, and IAGG. Sorry, no, IEFA and EFZ. Sorry, EFV. I can't talk. Sorry, I am tired from traveling and moving and all that good stuff. But this is what caught my eye, because we're seeing that we have this MSCI value ETFs, 2 large trades that have big money being traded in it. We've got the EFV right here, where we are just hanging out right there. We have the 2 million trade right there. And we also have the IEFA. Let me click on that, pull it up over here as well for you. And we can see that we've had 2 big trades today. So that just stood out for me. Just for what it's worth, keep your eyes on the value. Most of those are European names, so maybe we're going to see a big move in Europe coming up this week. But just a heads up that those were intermarket sweeps, especially this one right here on EFV, an intermarket sweep, meaning they wanted all of those shares. It says below the bid. Are we going to see that it rips higher? Usually I disregard this bid ask, but the intermarket sweep on the dark pool exchange, that's something, 2 different ETFs, same holdings. Pay attention to that sector going forward this week. And I will likely see you all next week. Take it away, Jesse.
All right, Jane, good to see you. Tyler Smith says he went into Marvell long again. I went into MU long not too long ago and was able to get a little bit from that. I've taken just 1 trade this morning. So nice to see the semis come back a little bit in the last 2 days, especially today with a little bit more gumption in their step, which is nice to see.
Yeah, we just, it's like, is this more volatility? Is it dead cat? Is it whatever? But, depending on your time frame, doesn't matter. You make hay while the sun shines, and you hope it continues for a long time, and then, just kind of go from there.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I just said, Jesse, I don't know. You could get your sentiment out there, but I felt like yesterday broke a lot of backs on the tech side, and you started to see those Twitters really go silent, and that's what told me more and more. Oh yeah, they got them good. They got them feeling panicky. They got them uneasy to buy tech, and that's usually when they come in here and they're just like, "Oh, you're scared, dude." Like,
Well, it's funny because
how far are we from all-time highs, right? I mean,
exactly. Like we've said before, we haven't seen lows like this since last week or whatever.
Yeah.
It's funny because if the market, if a sector bleeds red for a day, it's kind of like, okay, whatever. After 2 days, you kind of look at it and you go, okay, what's going on? And then if a third day sets in, then you're like, whoa, is this ever going to come back? Right? So. Are we ever going to see green again on these on the tape going up?
And it's usually like this, where you break the camel's back, and then the retail trader stops trading the area, and then the institution's been looking at the monthly, been looking at the weekly, and been waiting for these areas, versus how we've been trying to catch the dailies and being trapped. That's why the daily chart can even be a trap itself, guys. You need to be looking at your weekly and monthly chart. I know there's tons of traders that never look at the weekly chart or never that look at the monthly chart. If that's your type, even if you're a 1 minute trader, I still think you take a peek at it.
Every day.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Right. The exercise I always recommend, right? So that you're not doing anything blasphemous of like looking at a monthly chart for day one. But at the end of every month, just put it in your calendar that when the market closes and you have a fresh monthly candle, you just go through your list. You put on the game or something on Netflix on one monitor, and you go through every monthly chart of your entire universe you look at. Shouldn't take long. It should take you like a half hour max if you have a huge list of names that you look at. And just for, if no other reason than like seeing the forest for the trees. Like I find it almost cathartic that I sit down and I do every month because, we're staring here at everything that's moving around intraday and everything looks crazy. And then all of a sudden you put on a monthly chart and that monthly chart is going to have 10 years of data on it. And you go, oh, well, what seemed like the end of the world in the moment is just really this, one blip. And sometimes you get really, interested and you get really surprised by some of the candles because intraday it felt like a nightmare, and then you look at it and you're like, oh, the market is down like to where it was last month and it's no big deal. So take at the end of every day I go through my whole list of daily charts. At the end of every week I go through the same list with weekly charts, and at the end of every month I just go through the same list again with monthly charts. Each one of those runs takes like 30 minutes, if that. And it's just such a worthwhile exercise.
Crow says we look at everything from the 1 minute to the quarterly and yearly. Yeah, Crow.
Yeah, it's important. But I know there's a trader out there right now. When I said that, they were like, weekly and monthly chart? What?
Right.
Well, then a lot of it's your zoom, right? Like a lot of it's the zoom on the chart too. I think you can get a lot done with that. If you're like hyper zoomed in, if you only see like a month worth of data on your daily chart, you can accomplish, and you look at this, you can accomplish a lot just by hitting the scroll wheel and zooming out. Like I've seen so many people who have their charts like this, and it's like, okay, that's great to see what's happened over the last 2 weeks, but just every now and then do that.
Yep.
Right? Exactly. Just like, it's like taking a step back and just looking at
Tesla's chart taught me that was to go back, not just in the last week or two, but to go back monthly with a stock like that for sure.
Oh,
it's what institutions do,
memory.
Right? Institutions are not so worried about the daily chop, right? So they almost lean towards the weekly or monthly because that's how they got to make their decisions in the first place, right? So then it gives them the ability of saying, hey, I see Google at the monthly low or approaching the monthly low. I'm going to go and tell my, all my desk to start planning for this trade. right? Plan that Google gets to that monthly low, and we're going to be ready. We're going to have the buying orders ready, right? We're going to have the dark pooling ready, right? So then things can come really quickly back to the upside, right? I think that's how it is a lot of the times. That's why I say if you haven't thought about monthly levels, definitely look into it. And a trader that taught me this was what? A floor trader. I didn't learn this from the books. I learned this from an actual person that spent 20 years on the floor. Right. And at first I was trading like momentum names when I found this out, Jesse. So you can imagine me. I was like,
well, we just popped back to my chart here for a quick second. This is just the perfect example of kind of what I saw on my screen. So this is a monthly chart of the Nikkei. Over here, we're looking at 1989. And then when it gets back to that price in 2024, it spent the entire year digesting that area. Wow. So, there was so many people out there that's like, man, what's going on in Japan? And it's like, just by having this, and I saw a lot of technical analysts talking about, okay, it makes sense that Japan's basing around here because this kind of range that we're getting here. And you wouldn't have known that you had to go back 30 years to see, because this was the Japanese bubble, right? And that was the very top of the Japanese bubble. And it's like, tell me price doesn't have memory when as soon as we got back to that price from 30 years ago, we just consolidated for a year. So most traders I knew, most technical analysts were like, yeah, this makes perfect sense. And they were super excited and waiting to buy the breakout in Japan because they knew, and everyone else is saying, oh, is this the top of the recent run they've been on? So that's just like a pretty extreme example of some of these. And the same thing happened with gold. If you look at gold, right, I had a great trade in gold because when we got back here in 2020 and we spent this ages in a base, again, being a monthly chart, you had to go all the way back to 2011 and said, oh, it makes perfect sense that we're just chopping around this zone. And when the breakout happened, that was the rip in gold. So these are the kind of things that you notice when you're taking a step back and taking a look at those, right? Yeah. Crow's asking if I'm long SpaceX calls. No, I bought that SpaceX on Thursday or Friday that I told you guys about. SPCX. I'll switch over to the other charts in a second. But yeah, I bought on this day. The stop was 116. So now pretty decently up on that trade. And then I still have those puts that I've just been rolling to kind of get out for hopefully decent price on them. But so far, it's been a great trade. I'm not looking for much, right? Give me 2-3 days of bounce. Give me into the mid 130s, back to the 135 or something like that. I'll end up taking some profit there. But that was just a statistical trade based off the fact that it was very oversold and then it gapped. This is a strategy that I'm building of kind of like a capitulation move, right? It's not just gapping down, but it's gapping down already in a just insanely oversold position. Quite often that seems to be somewhat of a local low where everyone's just kind of exhausted themselves and like that's all we can do. So I'm having fun that it's ripping right now, but and a way bigger position than like the 100 shares I had from the allocation. I'm in 2,000. So it's like it makes the allocation seem like nothing. So yeah, so far so good. We'll see. I'm going to try not to jinx it, but looking to see if we can get into the 131 or so, which would be a fill of that gap. And then through that, maybe into the 135s or something. Take my money and run.
Tax says, come on, Mike, you made a bundle of puts.
Well, the first two put sells were good. This one, I was talking to you, I rolled them. So I rolled them down and out, as they called them. So I had the 140 puts that expired at the end of this week, and I rolled them down to the 130 puts that expire in 30 days. And then I just put out a limit order to recoup all that gain. So just trying to repair the position. But everything else has been going great. So far I'm up nicely on SpaceX, but not a crazy amount. It's not like I like this company or anything. I just think that the market got a little bit ahead of itself. Shorts need to cover. And remember, we noticed, or I showed yesterday, that SpaceX has a 28% short float, which is a just pretty wild short float on the current. Now, I'll say again, that float is going to change. So if the shorts remain the same and the float increases, then that short float will go down, because I think the first lockup is the 20th of next month, I think it is. So eventually the float will just expand out. So if the shorts can hold on, they'll get away out of their position. But if anything spooks them, and I think there's a launch or something at the end of the week, if anything spooks them, you could get like a little mini squeeze. I don't think that squeeze takes us to 200, but that squeeze could take us back to like 150 or something. And then, who knows what happens from there.
Last week, the launch that they had scheduled, obviously, it didn't happen, and their stock went down. 2 minutes later, it dropped $5 after canceling the launch. So, yeah, it's definitely it seems to be all of a sudden the stock people kind of want to hate on a little bit, but I think we're going to be getting bargain prices for it pretty soon.
That's one of the reasons
why not hate on it?
Why what?
Why not hate on it? Everyone's underwater.
Well, yeah, I'm under. My rule. I bought 2 days ago. I'm underwater too. But I feel like it's going to come back eventually.
Why not hate on it, dude?
Because I don't love or hate any stock. They're just numbers that go up or down.
Well, there's scams behind stocks, right? I mean, tell that to the Beyond Meat guys.
Beyond Meat guys, that's right.
Tell that to the Beyond Meat guys.
Well, listen, if it's a scam, then make money off the scam, right? If it's a scam,
man.
If it's an obvious scam and you're not getting rich from it, then what are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you wasting your life?
What are you doing, guys? What are you doing? Nah, but we'll get double digits, man. I think we'll get double digits. We'll get 90s or 70s on this name at some point. Be patient. Patience, long-term buyers.
Michael, the Crow Trades Michael, he says, do you know about the Oak Island treasure?
I know.
Yeah,
I know about
the Oak Island treasure. They can't find it.
That's and they're saying that because they know what province I'm in, so that's like an hour down the road that way that they do. They really screwed up that island, man.
I bet they did.
I took a canoe out to it a couple years ago, and they really messed it up. It used to be a cool place to come and just like hang out. You could camp there and all that kind of stuff.
How many seasons of that show have they done?
Oh, so many.
Isn't it still going on? I'm gonna.
Yeah, well, it's there. It's there.
It's one of the things, if they ever find the treasure, you'll know about it way faster than seeing it on some, like, what is it, crappy History Channel show. Right. Like, it'll be everywhere. It's because that treasure would be worth probably like billions at this point. But spoiler alert, just like I remember they did remember Spike TV back in the day? They did like a Finding Bigfoot show. I'm like, do you know how I know they didn't find Bigfoot on this show? It's because I didn't hear about it. Like, I would probably hear if they actually found Bigfoot. And it's the same thing with this treasure.
So the ghost shows aren't real, right, Michael?
No, those are real. Those are
for sure. Yeah. Like, did you hear that? No, you have to, because we have to be the show.
You gotta run in the dark with a glow in the dark camera, right? Like,
yep. Those shows were really popular too back, 20 years ago, where they would run around with those, like, I don't know what they call them. There's some kind of mechanism where they can detect sounds that people can't hear or whatever, and started like, oh, see, it's over there. Do you see that little fleck thing flying around, that little orb? That's it.
Yep.
Okay.
I find all those shows funny. Like, you got the storage thing that turned out that was a complete scam. They were just putting the stuff in and it's just, it's funny to watch. The reality shows are so cheap to produce that they're like, let's just pump out 1 million of these and just make them all complete crap and cost us nothing. So SpaceX looks like it's continuing here.
Yeah,
did a little bit of a pullback and
trying to get to that high.
Are you still in your MU and all that stuff?
Of course. Why not? Why not, dude?
Just sit and ride him out until Trump comes and opens his mouth here.
No, it's all about SK Hynix, man. It's all about SK Hynix. That's the leader. That's the leader of the show. The Heine. The
Up over
Heine's leading the
7%
show.
today. SK Heine's looking good, up over 7%. I bought 5
And
shares
locking
on opening
in
day.
is you're getting your defensive trade, right? Like I mentioned, the XLI could go higher here today, and it's doing the move with the XLE kind of fading off. So that's actually a good sign for the XLI. That's your good sign for your space names. RTX up 1.5%. NOC, like I mentioned, that stock had earnings and it's actually rebounding. So that's helping your SpaceX trade. Right, that's definitely going to help your SpaceX trade, at least on the short-term run. We'll see how long it can run, though. But today, definitely in play for the day trade as it gets to bounce there. So,
and then we have INTC up over 5% today. It's finally holding that $100 mark. It was under 100 there for a little bit, which might be a real bargain price. We'll see what happens with that, but yeah, we'll definitely. It's nice to see it bump over and kind of hold this $100 mark at the moment.
Yeah, just watching the cues, really. We're right near that kind of V bottom look. So this is what creates a new higher low look. But if it rebounds from here, all the people that are scared to buy here are going to be like literally head on the table. Boom, 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 boom. Because they've been buying up for the last 3 days and they're getting washed out. Well, that's just the name of the game, right?
Name of the game.
Like the thing is that if you're waiting to see prices back at lows, will you get that opportunity, right? And that's the hardest part. You saw traders in the chat today getting chopped up in between that decision, right? Because stocks really haven't moved since last night.
That's right.
And so because of that, it gets difficult here at the open. It gets a lot of washout trades, right? Where you're just like back and forth, over trading, boom, day's done.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like that's how it can easily happen to you, right? That's why I love swing trading, because it can really get you out of that habit of like excessively trading just because it's 9:30. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's the benefit of systems trading, right? Is I take trades when the bot triggers the trades, and until then I just kind of hang out. So that was my delivery. So it is here. The monster machine, which is also going to be a week or so of work, I'm sure, to get everything moved over.
That's a good question, Tack. If we're doing the call, I know we're doing earnings every day this week with Tesla.
Yeah, of course. We will be definitely covering all earnings after hours.
Yep.
So catch them right here, guys.
Depends when the call is. I don't think it's
Right.
Sometimes they do the call in the morning. Sometimes it's like super late, but we're definitely here for the report.
Yeah.
Be here.
And Crow, I heard that you take the catnip out there. Looks like Tack and Crow are talking about catnip in the chat. Taking that what I call that meow meow.
Meow meow.
They're taking what Michael has been longing for a long time. And I don't know if he's taken his money and ran yet, but
Not yet. One more trial.
Dude, this has been too close to 50 for you not to take it, dude. You are
Hasn't hit 50. That was the plan.
Oh, good Lord. Michael, you're a savage, dude. You're a savage.
That was the plan around
You're
50.
a savage, my friend. Look at the chart, guys.
It hit.
Look at 50 right here.
Hit
It's like, nope.
49 and a half, and then it's not 50.
You can't tell me Michael's already building that tinfoil hat. Like, they fucking know.
No. There's one more. The chart looks like that.
They know.
Because we're expecting a bigger and more important. So the last one they did was massive depressive disorder, which is a big addressable market. But the one that's coming out any day now, they said by the middle of this quarter, which would be, I think, the middle of August, they would be generalized anxiety disorder, which is a much larger addressable market. You want me to show you? They're not going to need.
They're not going to need. They're not going to need any more anxiety medicine or depression medicine, because just send Michael Noss over, because he's going to be elated.
Oh yeah, I'll be a real happy dude. I don't know what you want
You'll
to
turn
see
into a
with
therapist. You'll turn into a therapist after you're all rich, and you could just tell us, "Hey, breathe, my friend, breathe."
and there's another package here. Man, holy smokes, leave
we
me alone,
want a
guys.
10K
Oh, the computer comes in
please.
2 boxes. That's how big it is, Michael.
Oh, did it finally come? It must have. Well, there he goes. He's going to be offline the rest of the day.
Second
He's like, "Forget
package.
you guys. I got my computer. I'm going to go
Claude.
trade now for real." Now he can really.
You need the Claude bot to be like, "Yo, Claude, go build that computer, dude."
Okay, so I was talking about this with my wife the other night. Mitch, how soon are we to getting bots inside our house to actually do our work for us, cleaning the floors?
I got you.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, when is
that's going to be the start. That's going to be the start. It's not going to be very.
Spitball with me. Is this 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? Like, what is your guesstimate on that?
I think it's at the end of next year.
End of next year. Wow, that's so
End of next year.
Woo.
Yes, and there's a reason why, right? So what needs to happen here, right? So what have we been seeing is something called Moore's law playing in, right? Moore's law is the computing power, right? So computing power normally doubles in every 4 years, right? But the truth is that the way that computing has been evolving, right? You've seen it in the large language models. What they can do today on Fable isn't what they were doing last year, right? Let alone 2 years ago when AI was just junk, right? Like it was junk back then, right? I even remember I was trying to use it for majority of things and it would just fail on me, right? It would give me just crap, right? But the truth is that now I think Moore's law is playing in every 2 years. So you're getting double the computing power every 2 years. And this is actually playing into the long run, which comes into quantum, which would probably do what to computing? We didn't even want to go there, dude. Like it's that much of a fold forward if quantum comes out, right? So I think at this point, can you really be doubting that computing is going to continue to grow exponentially? I would say, without a doubt, I'd rather bet that it continues to grow exponentially, right? Because why are these companies spending all this money in their capex?
Sure.
It's because of the computing. It's because they know the growth of the computing, and if they don't have the data centers to handle all of this, that's how they really suck in the future. Right? That's how Google loses its lead, right? So it needs to do this. It's not a matter of I want to go spend a bunch of money. It's I have to spend a bunch of money because if not, I don't get the growth in the future, right? So I think in this end, you'll get Optimus, you'll get maybe some Chinese bots or something like that coming in the next year. Will it be super expensive? Will it be robust? I don't think so. Probably we're looking somewhere closer to 2030. Why? Because at that point, what do you have? Data centers up. So that's what you really need to see. And the chip making process. So better AI chips, right? You're going to see more and more custom silicon. You're going to see more and more things like NVIDIA's Rubin, right? That little $1 million stack, right? More like the AMD Helios platform, right? So that's that Helios platform. It's the same thing as the Rubin, right? And the one concerning thing in the long run is with all this computing kind of expanding, at some point they could possibly figure out some efficiencies and the memory trade could really break, right? So somewhere down the line, I can see that happening, Jesse. I don't think Micron wins forever, but the thing that happens is there's innovation that could happen in memory, and that's what's keeping these names up higher. Because if they start to innovate and going into, let's say, cooling memory chips, that's the next move, right? They're actually trying to pipe cooling into memory chips, and then that would create innovation that would keep them in the lead, right? Because at some point, the computing is going to be so strong and these large language models are going to become so efficient, you might not need as many GPUs and memory cards, right? But that's all on how good they get on the efficiency side of things. And that's tokenization, right? If you guys want to research that kind of language. But I mean, you guys hear my conversation on this stuff. I mean, I could go for days on this. Chat, what do you guys think?
Yeah, I was going to ask the chat as well. They can chime in too. But I wanted to know your thought. How quickly would you get some sort of house robot? Would you want it right off the assembly line?
Get me the first one. I'll take the first one.
Mike, you want the first one that comes out?
Sign us up.
Can it push the lawnmower? Give
That's your
me
first
it.
question.
Give me it. If it can push the lawnmower, if it can put away the laundry,
Mike, systems forever, baby. Systems
me
forever.
Up for the Q's higher. Boom, 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 boom.
Good. Let's get like a 20.
We're going Mike Tyson. We're going to do sidestep to the left, pivot on that left toe, come back on the left hook, knockout punch, baby. Ooh, let's go for it. Let's hold those Qs. Qs are rallying, and what do we want to look at? The Heine, the SK Heine, holding the trade, holding the open. Right? Talked about watch for that opening hold. Came down. Yeah, the 15-minute chart when it was on this red candle. Oh, it'll get you feeling good. But there it is going back towards the highs. If it breaks the highs here, this is going to help the Qs really start to play in. Let's see if the Qs can rally back.
If AK-47 would get a house bot. Would you get one?
Would you get one?
He could take care of the dogs.
I was going to say, can it feed and walk dogs? Like, that would be the big question.
I have arms and legs and toes and feet and fingers and metatarsals or whatever they're called. I'm doing everything myself. Listen, I'm a man. I was born and raised to work and with my own 2 feet, my own 2 hands. There will never be a day ever that I'll have an AI bot in my house. I'll never have an electric vehicle ever. Now,
I knew the bullshit.
They do make. By the way, they do make already. You can get lawnmowers that mow the lawn. They mow the lawn themselves. Have you not seen those that are out there? That mow the lawn?
I'm waiting for someone I know.
Mags ripping, guys. Mags starting to really lift off, guys.
I'd be all about that. The way I look at it is then it just frees me up to do more stuff myself. Like, yeah, I could get a wood splitter, but I like cutting the wood. So I go out there after the stream and I split a bunch of wood. I don't like mowing the lawn, so I'm going to give that to a robot.
Guys, I can easily go work out while the robot does the hard work. Like, you guys continue doing your thing.
Yeah, you do what's enjoyable.
I will walk my dogs, right? I love my dogs. I'll go walk my dogs. But the laundry, yeah, I'm with you, Michael. The grass, yeah.
I will do
get that out of here.
I'll do all the fun stuff that I like, and you can do all the annoying stuff that no one likes. Folding clothes.
Simple as that, right?
Hey, the more kids
endless
you
amounts
have,
of children. Yeah, I was about to say I need a robot that folds clothes. You need 7 robots that can fold clothes.
Well, that's the thing. You train your kids to do the work, and then you don't even need the box anymore. Because I got
you've
kids
created
that are
your own
laundry,
robots. Then
doing the yard, and then making dinner on Friday nights. It's actually kind of nice.
Oh, there you go.
Keep pushing them, Jesse. Keep pushing them.
And they're learning to trade. And they're learning
the grass is fun. The grass is fun outside. You guys want to learn?
Therapeutic.
Wow, we're 7% now.
I'll tell you that much. In Florida?
SpaceX.
You want to lose weight? Go cut the grass in Florida. That is your Ozempic.
That is your Ozempic.
Trust me, by the time you come back, you see the fat melting off.
Yeah, it's a 7% just crossed on SpaceX, just ripping.
We're looking great here, guys. Qs are pushing. Mags is pushing. Apple's back in the green. What's in the red for Mags? We got Microsoft, green from the open. Google's the only one? Oh, and Meta. Meta and Google. If we can get Meta and Google to start playing in on the day, get ready, because I think that's what you need to see if you really saw this lift off, right? Like, look at these wicks on Google. Does that look like sellers or does that look like buyers? This is a really good question. Really good question. And chat, I'll throw it to you. I'll throw it to everybody. What do you guys think about this setup here, where it's like a lot of wicks? Because I think this is an interesting one, Michael. As a technical analyst, I think you would think this is interesting too. 5 wicks on like the 15 red candles. Does that show buying pressure or does that show selling pressure? right?
Well, and like
And,
the
and that,
RSP flipping, right? We're now making new highs a day in the RSP. So it's exactly what I was like, we need to see is
Mhm.
these indexes that better represent what the average stock is doing starting to perk up. And we're seeing that the RSP breaking new highs. We're seeing the IWM breaking new highs, and the IWM, like the NASDAQ just made a new daily high, and RSP or the IWM did that like 15 minutes ago. So we're getting when we came in this morning, it was tech was doing amazing and everything else was just kind of meh. And now we're seeing everything else starting to rip as well, and tech is holding on. So again, this is just a good view of, right, the NASDAQ pullback. It wasn't an insane pullback. We pulled back for the first 20 minutes or so, but you can see you did not see that in the Russell. You did not see that in the Dow. These things held on great. So there's a little bit of baton pass. So we didn't have tech sell off. We had kind of the other one where everything else kind of grabbed the torch. So good.
I usually don't like to bring this in because I usually stick to our tools that we use here. I trade the pool, but I can show you guys it here on the sectors here. This is why I look at, and I know people use the RSPs, but a lot of people hit me on why do I use the Boomer TC 2000? Well, it's this right here, guys. This is how I tell you guys what's leading half the time, right? Like how I know things are pushing, right? This is literally, I think if there's one tool that's giving me edge, it's TC 2000. It's based off the equally weighted indexes that they have. So here you guys can see it now. It's healthcare playing in, industrials playing in, right? Basic materials playing in, energy, real estate, and tech, right? That's what we kind of needed. We needed some other names to kind of hold the thing up, right? Financials playing back in, right? Now the only thing in the red from the open is defensive names, which is more than fine. That's the value trade selling off, and that can sell off, right? That can sell off with the market kind of going higher. Cyclical names, and we want to see this go green. If we could get this green and utilities green, that means that we have literally only one sector red out there. That'd be really good signs for the market to start to rally. We'll look to see what happens there as the SPY is going back up.
Is this a download? Is it something I need to purchase? Where can I get this at?
TC 2000.
Yeah, you have to pay for charting. It's a paid charting platform, but in that one page,
it's like from 3,000 years ago. It's old school.
Yeah. In that one page, though, I can give more market outlook than probably majority of your analysts out there.
Nice.
So that's why I think there's a lot of edge there, right? You can see rotation. And biggest part, I would say again, the edge is the equally weighted outlooks. They created indexes for everything, the sectors, the industries, and that's the biggest edge. I'm literally recreating this. Don't tell TC, but I'm recreating this myself. So I'll let you guys know when I have that.
Where are you getting the live streaming data from? That would be the biggest.
I know where I can get it. For right now, I can get it personal for myself. I'm gonna probably do it personal where it's real cheap, Michael.
Yeah, we can talk offline. But yeah, I was just saying there's a couple places for the audience wants to know. IQ Feed has an amazing real time quote is a good one. But yeah, Public, I guess, which is a broker.
Public
that you guys Public opens up their AI.
Big Data is a new one.
Yeah, Polygon.
Big Data is one
they
here.
They changed their name. They were Polygon.
This is one that I was looking at here, bigdata.com. But this is a newer one for AI agents that is being built out. So you guys can check it out. I mean, there's a lot, right? The key is how much you want to pay, right? Are you making this public? Are you making this trying to sell to people, right? If you're making it for yourself, then it's a lot cheaper.
Yeah.
So I think that's one thing to keep in mind, right? Are you selling this to people or are you selling this to myself, right?
And this
it's just for my own tools. I don't mind paying.
That I will say that's very important as someone who worked for a software company, and we'll just say a stock software company that may not have been playing exactly by the NASDAQ's rules and then got sued for millions of dollars. If you are,
I'm not that guy.
If you are redistributing the NASDAQ or the NYSE's data,
don't play with that game, guys. There's a reason. There's a reason why I don't have scanner apps right now available to you guys. Trust me, I can make them like this, but they cost me about $1,600 a month to keep up. And so how many subscribers would I need to have to keep up $1,600 in fees? And that's just based on the data, let alone the data management, right? Because now you got to start it really becomes really quickly a business expense type of look, right? Can
Yeah,
it be done?
The back end's
without a
the
doubt.
hardest part for sure. The thing that you see is like the easiest part of a lot of these things. It's all like the back end of cleaning the data and making sure you're allowed to read, because every person you distribute it to, you not only have to pay, but you have to verify that person's not a professional trader in some way.
Mhm.
And then if they are, you have to charge them a different rate. And
And people think they can get around it by delays. No, that doesn't get you around it. That just gets you fined, and you didn't even give them real-time data.
Yeah. It is.
Well, that's even worse.
It shows the power of a monopoly, right? Because if you're getting data from stocks, it's coming from the NYSE and the NASDAQ. So you can't, you have to get there. You know what I mean? So it's like you can't compete.
There's no Claude inside New York Stock Exchange pulling the data for you.
Yeah, you have to deal with these old boomer institutions that they're just not going to move, and they're going to charge you whatever they feel like charging you.
Especially if you're trying to run a business, because now you can become, what's the word? Competition. So they're like, we'll give it to you for an arm and a leg to hold you down as a small business.
Can we have one of the children, please, to
yes,
to pay
exactly.
for But Jesse's got a lot. He's got one that he can.
Jesse,
probably
you can
one
share
that
a
instantly
couple, right?
came to mind. He's like, you know what? I'll give him that one.
There is one that I didn't know.
Yeah, this is the hardest part, right? But hey, guys, keep building, right? You guys can see it. I mean, you see that the economy one, right? The economics number that you guys saw me show up just a little while ago. That one I built absolutely free, and it's from free data, right?
Yeah, Fred.
It's scraping data, right? I'm just scraping government sites, so that's something you can do. Right. So there's still ways to like kind of create tools for yourself. And if you're a trader and you're not using tools like our partners, like we got Benzinga Pro, right? Trend Spider, right? What Michael uses for the bot trading, which is called
Signal Stack.
What's it called again? Signal Stack, right? We have some trading journal that are available to you. And I've created my own trading journal that I'm still trying to work out there, guys, for Trade the Pool. I'll keep trying to push them. You guys push them on your side. Tell them we need our own trading journal, because I think that'd be something that we could really kind of get into, because I've already made it and it works for Trade the Pool, right? So I think we can do this, guys. Let's keep building. Let's keep expanding. And Michael and I would keep kind of pushing forward with that. Guys, the market is just on pause here now. This is what it's all about. It's just lowering everybody. It's saying day traders, head for that door, because the real traders are coming in, baby. Are coming in. We'll see what happens in the afternoon. And Josh, literally, it's all on you. It's all on you.
Yeah, listen. Don't screw this up for me, man.
It's not even 11, and we're already putting it on you, kid.
Yeah.
What's going on, Josh? How you doing? Any setups you're watching right now?
Yeah, VIVK right now. I'll get my screen share right here going. So VIVK, I'm watching. This is been my baby for the morning. I finally have a good mover off of PR2 as well. So VIVK has been
take a look.
Nice mover. Finally have something moving in the small cap space. So VIVK has been my watch for the day overall. Back at this main demand zone that we're at right now. Just cracked this little micro uptrend channel that actually bases back off these lows or this little low note from pre-market. But this is it. We've got to hold this 580 area, 590. $6 has been the main support from earlier. Was former resistance in pre-market as well. Not very long. And now we've built a good base here. You can see the head and shoulders forming though. Could be getting weak. Volume starting to leave this, but we have nothing else in the micro, small cap, whatever you want to call this sector. The little guy sector. This is it. This is all that we have moving. Former runners were popping up earlier in the day. Another one on watch, not a bad thought there. That was either Crow or Tack talking about V. Very low volumes. So V has very, very, very low volume. But let's not forget what V, let's go to 4-hour time frame. What V's done recently, which is a lot of fun. So we've had some big moves on V with this higher high pattern. But what we're starting to do is see this overall uptrend crack back down. We could see this, though, move later in the day. I like the area that whether it was Crow or Tack talking back through 30, always going to be the key for these tickers that go from single digits to 30 plus. 30 ends up being this huge kind of line in the sand, especially between 30 and 50. So that's it, my friend. That's what I'm looking at is V. Maybe later in the day. Oh yeah, if you just want to risk the biscuit You know what? ZYBT. Let's throw this back on watch here from yesterday. And yeah, check this move out for anyone that hasn't seen ZYBT and what this has done over the past. And it's pretty much a halt fest. And yes, this truly went from 60 cents to $11. This is risky biscuits. I would love to meet the traders that do trade this because this is all it's been halting today. Halt down, halt down, halt up, halt down, halt down, halt up, halt up, halt down. I think we're finally not halting. But there's that one as well, Mitch. But I stay far, far, far away from that.
Yeah, those halts. Very annoying, right? The whole auction process to get them open every time can leave things incredibly unpredictable. They're definitely for people who are okay being real fast, right? Because when those things open, they can either halt again real quick, or they can slap you real quick, or you can make a ton of money real quick. So it's a hard time. It's a big deal.
You could literally say it's a hard knock life for us. I'm like, yeah, that would be y'all's anthem, because that's what I was saying earlier. I bet there's someone that's going to trade this about 18 times a day and end up, who knows how much red they'll accumulate trying to go, oh, we're long. Oh, no, I'm short. Okay, now I'm long. Oh, no, I'm short. I'm like, yeah, that's why if you do, that's why I love trade the pool. I mean, again, back to that, which we can talk about as well. Guys, we have 48 hours. That's right. 48 hours to go sign up. 48 hours. This is huge right here. So I don't know where it went to now. I've lost my email, but you have 48 hours to sign up. 48 hours to sign up. If you want to sign up, essentially for the next 48 hours, we have a deal going. If you get a 50K account, we're bumping your buying power up to 60K. If you buy a 100K account, we're bumping it up to 120K.
Damn.
Pretty good offer. I wish this was. I wish they could add this in when they did the buy one blow one sale. Essentially, if you buy 50K and you blow it, we'll give you one in credits for another one. Oh man, I'd be loading up today. Because they need to get more buying power. But that was we've been running some really good deals over the past month that you guys can take advantage of. Obviously from the World Cup and the Trading World Championship that we did till now here recently. So take advantage of that. VivK still rolling up here, guys. So I'm still looking at VIVK. 586 is my main stranglehold.
Short this S dot now. This crazy thing. Had a short in that yesterday, and it broke. It just stopped me out on this candle and then just fell apart. Ooh. It just sucks.
Little liquidity
short
trap.
This one today. And then whatever an SLND is, same kind of deal, looking to short that guy. So just these two trades on flat. Nothing really to write home
I'm
about.
looking at. I love to see you trading them. I'm like, hey, I'm alerting these guys every day, and here you are, your bots just trading away.
Well, if it ever ends up working out, I'm gonna send a beer over to Kevin, because I've got a fully kind of automated AI system now that goes, okay, here's the ones that were crazy. It's looking for things that are popping yesterday, and I'm training it to know what popping on shitty news looks like. Right. So don't, the easiest ones I already told them, like if it's an FDA approval, right, get it out. If it's, a phase 3 of a drug or a, big drug trial, get it out. And just teaching it to go, okay, so it runs every morning and it just spits out, here is a bunch of names that were up huge yesterday. And I can't really see a legitimate reason for it. They didn't smoke earnings out of the water, or they're not bought out, there's no new drug or anything like that, and it just gives me those. So I put those into the system, and the shorting is very simple. You can see here, it's just an opening range breakdown. So it looks at whatever that kind of 5-minute opening range break is, and when it breaks down, puts stop the high of the day, and we move on. Then the idea, the way I think this equity curve will work out will be a lot of small losses where you're just triggering in, it's hitting the high of the day and you're moving out. Then every now and then you nail something like what an S-Dot would have done yesterday, where if it had stayed in, this thing just tanked all day long. It went from 30 and into the low 20s, and you only need a couple of those to wipe out a whole bunch of losses and put some green on the table. So that's the game plan. And the reason I'm doing this here is I do all of my testing here before I risk my own money with it, which I think is just a great thing that we can do. And then also the whole ability to short whatever we want. So I was like, why don't I focus on these, building out strategies for these really crappy stocks and shorting them? And might as well steal one from Kevin. So we're working on this one. It's a very slow strategy. You can see these are probably the only 2 trades I'll take today. So you just have to be okay with that patience of, let me just chill out and wait, and gonna go from there.
Love it. Yeah, it's good
Speaking
stuff.
about chilling out and waiting, can we get a new high? Can we get a new high out there? A new high on SNDK. We're right there, guys. Can we keep it party going? Can the Heine make a new high? We're right there, guys.
If the Q's breaks out, this is the opening print high. So this is the 1030 high. Or 930.
The AI names have remained strong, right? And my AI scanner that had one red name is all green, literally every single name. So if you're red in AI names, you're struggling somewhere along the way. We need to kind of have a chat. But names like TER are really showing me that turnaround trade. Right, so this is that semiconductor equipment name that was weak yesterday, but just opened up strong, right, and then just kind of faded off. Right now, strong. If you start to see ASML start to rip higher, this is your trade coming back into play. The semiconductor equipment names, right? They had pulled back, but look at the strength coming right back in. That's what I wanted to see, guys. So we'll look to see what happens out there, but looking really good on the tape, especially also seeing solar. And this is one of the biggest trades that I'm actually working. TikTok, it'll be coming out in the next coming days, but might as well tell you guys it here early. Keep up with our TikTok for some of the great ideas that we'll be putting out, guys. But one of the trade ideas that I did is on First Solar. And there's a really... I don't even know. Josh, should I tell him the really like secret detail that most people don't know? It's about Google and a solar farm. I don't even know. Should I give him? You guys want the juice? You guys want the juice? Well, let's just say Google is doing a deal. One of the largest solar projects in the whole American history, right? There's never been a project like this. It just broke ground. And there's one specific stock that's doing the solar panels for the largest project ever. It's right there. First Solar. Most people don't know that. It was hidden deep inside the readings. And another thing you needed to see is who else was also on the grounds when they were cutting the tape of the construction. There was somebody else there. It's going to be released on that TikTok, so don't miss it. I'm not going to give that one up because there's definitely some hidden details that most are not looking in this solar trade. And I think this could be one of the biggest trades in the AI space. So keep your eyes to see what happens. Solar getting a nice little bounce back trade today. NXT back up there. You could look at like ENPH, right? You could look at like a lot of these solar names kind of getting a nice little lift. Let me see what's actually leading. If I look at the leaders, NXT, SPWR, Array, so good action bounce back day in some solars.
Speaking of bounce back day, Tesla's having a ripper.
Guess who was calling Tesla right in the pre-market? You know it, your boy, money making Mitch.
Nice.
Let's go.
Yesterday, yeah, that's a huge move. Nice.
That's move. That's the run before the earnings. That's everyone's scared because it's been washing out, right? So, and that right there shows you more and more what, right? That's just straight offer, right? That's just buy program on.
Still rolling.
And this is going to help, of course, that MAGS trade, right? That MAGS trade. Look how it's going higher and continuing to hold. Right? Yesterday it dips back, it recovers today. We'll look to see if the MAGS can continue pushing right back to the upside. If Google can go strong here, that's really what we need. We need a Google rip. So Tesla's strong. We need the Google ripping above 350s, and sayonara goes the Bears.
Oh, is this
the
right?
Bears.
Is that live? SpaceX? Oh yeah, is that what's going on? Oh, they're launching a rocket right now.
Oh,
Right now as we speak.
Yeah, like it just loaded up X.
Yeah, it
Twitter.
doesn't matter as much
just popped
anymore.
there. Well, they dropped 7% when they delayed the launch. So if the
It's
launch
just,
goes well, then probably makes.
what is it, pop 7% because the launch went
Yeah,
well?
get us back to that IPO price.
Well, it's up 7% right now.
All right,
And-
all right, my lucid dreamers. All right, my lucid dreamers.
Right, so this was
the truth
if you
is
go
is
on the
that
chart. This was
what's that going to change, right?
Well, it just
What's
could
that
reverse.
one launch going to change?
It could just do the exact right. This is the candle, like Jesse was saying. They said, okay, we're delaying the launch, and it was boom right down. So that was from what 132 down to 125 in like it happened. I looked back, happened in like a 5-minute candle or something. And then now that the launch is happening, and if nothing blows up, I don't know, does it retrace all of it? Probably not, but it maybe gets back into the 129s or something.
And the thing to look at too with SpaceX is that daily, it's like every single day it's made drops every single day. It would be nice to see it curl back up a little bit.
Well, that's what I'm not. Again, I'm not thinking.
Multiple
I'm not thinking this rips back to highs. I don't even know if it ever clears this 149 kind of resistance it has here. But this, and that was the premise of buying it, is that this thing was. If you looked at any indicator, this was deep oversold, and then it's going to gap down. And the whole premise of the strategy is that if you test, that gap represents a local low like 60 some odd % of the time. So it just makes sense. You take your shot there. Anytime you're doing mean reversion, you don't expect it to bounce all the way back to new highs, or if it does, great, good for you. But for me, this is more of just a quick hit. If everything goes well, and that's as well enough for some shorts, because it's basically a short covering pop is what you're trying to get. And if you're short and this was down like 10 days in a row and then it gaps down, you're probably going, you know what, let me just take a little bit off the table here. Let me pay myself a bit. And that's what can cause these bounces. You get bottom pickers coming in, but then you also just get those shorts that are just like, listen, it's enough. I've had enough. I want out. And they just, they take their shot and they move out. If that's what happens, it's great. And yeah, that's what we're seeing here. So,
and good job, Shaw, after recognizing that Tesla is bullish today. That's the hard part sometimes, is like he was thinking it was at the top. He's thinking it's at the top, so he's getting some losers. And then he turns around. He's like, no, actually, I need to change my thesis here a bit. This thing is bullish. It's still going. So
it's hard to do, but it's important.
Yeah.
Good job.
It's hard to flip. It's hard to flip a bias on a dime like that. So good job, Shaw.
It's important, right?
Yeah,
that kind of like pigheadedness and inability to, move from positions. That's like the quickest way to make sure you never make it as a trader. So if you can find yourself doing it, whatever you need to do to have maybe I was wrong, try to take the other side of it, just the better you'll be, the happier you'll be.
It's just a tough one, though, I will say, because you can get into that over trading real quick. So make sure that you're doing it with a strategy too, right? Like you don't just go, I lost, so now I got to go long.
Sure.
Make sure you're using a strategy to go long then, right? Because I think that's what some traders will do. They'll reverse, but they're not using a strategy for the entry. They're just like, oh, now I lost, so I got to go long.
Yeah.
Well, and most
that's
people
not going to be the recipe for success, right?
A number of losers cap per strategy makes sense. Like, hey, if I lose 3 times on
3 strikes and you're out, baby. I'm a baseball player.
Yeah, that's enough, right? Because if you try to long it, it doesn't work, and you try to short it, it doesn't work, and you try to buy it again, it doesn't work. It's probably just
trade.
Put it away for a day, right?
Come back that's to Blood Diamond. Do you want short sleeve or long sleeve? Not a good decision. Either way.
You just keep.
And actually, a good movie, Blood Diamond. There we go.
Dude, one of the craziest movies.
I love it.
If you haven't seen that one, I mean, I don't know what you're doing, but that's definitely one of those. Look at Micron, baby. Look at Micron. Can we do it today, baby?
Trying to get back to higher days.
I'm just trying to get my 20K account back up. Let's go. Get it back up there. Micron, looking for the highs. It's all about the SK Heine. It's all about the Heine. Can the Heine do it, guys? Can Micron break through the highs here? Can SNDK get up there? Can we get to the 1600? That's all I'm asking for. I'm not asking for too much more. Let's get up there. Let's do it. Let's rock and roll. How are we going to do it? We're going to do it with a new high on the Qs, and we're going to do it with Google going green. Can Google go green? I'm calling it here. Google goes green. I'm looking for it. You guys come yelling at me on X at MoneyMitch_TTP.
High day, just tapped it.
Yeah, we keep
Get it.
we did, the last 5-minute candle was us trying to get through that high a day and reversing, and let's just
5 minutes.
let's
What are
just
you on the
stick to
5
landing.
minutes now, dude?
Well, this is how I always look. For the last 2 years we've been hanging out, I look at this chart on the Qs, and I'll do it tomorrow too.
It's a little short time frame
Yeah,
now.
we just
I
gotta
think
stick to landing.
if you stick to the 15s and the 30s now, I think that does you a lot better after the first 30 minutes of the market,
that's
because it
still
keeps you not like getting too out of your skis, right? For one candle, right? I think a lot of times when we get around these times, traders stick in these small time frames that can really kind of get you trappy. Look, you see a little move down, you're like, oh my God, I'm coming down. Nah, just stick on the longer range. Even the hourly at this point, you can really see the range better, right? That will show you more up and down. We've been chopping between the range on plenty of names, right? So you see the hourly up, hourly down, hourly up, hourly down, right? Range set, right? And so that's what I'll be looking at on the Qs. Range. The range, the support's right here. The resistance is right here. Clear as day, right? Chop in between. As long as we can stay in this zone, we're looking good, right?
Yeah,
We're
it's
talking
all
about
the
a
time frame
reversal.
of your trades, right? There's no time frame that's good. There's no time frame that's bad. If you're looking to trade for a while, use a longer term chart. If you're trying to trade for faster trades, use a short term chart, right? For me, when I analyze the first hour or so, keep it on the 5 minute. I don't trade off any of these. I don't trade off any time frame chart, right? I have a robot that trades.
No worries,
for
man.
me, but you just
I can't blame you. Like Tax says, I'll let the quant be quant. Let quants be quant.
This stuff, I've got the SPCX thing up on the corner of this monitor. It's so cool. They're doing where it's landing back down on the thing. That's just so wild to me. It doesn't matter for the price of the stock, but it's just so cool that
I think I got desensitized to the rockets as they kept, flying out in my backyard.
Oh, it's so.
You're right.
I've seen enough SpaceX rockets, dude. Trust me. I've seen at least 50 launches. So it gets to the point where it's like a launch. Okay. They're just doing what they always do, dude. They launch these things left and right now. And very few.
Are you near Cape? You don't have to dox yourself, but are you around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, dude. I used to be really close. I used to be like 10 minutes, look in your backyard and you see rockets.
Yeah. We stayed on vacation a few months ago and we got to watch some rockets. So
it's
Midwest
funny
people,
how
it was kind of fun. It was pretty cool.
Well, that's what it's funny how everyone desensitized to. I got a buddy of mine who's in Colorado, and he comes over here and he sees the ocean. He's like, "That's the craziest thing in the world." I'm like, "I live on an island. It's there all the time." And the same thing, if I go and I see the mountains, I'm like, "That's
you gotta
so
go
cool.
see the world, man. Go see the world."
He's like, "Yeah, it just shows that wherever you are, the other thing is cool because it's just how novelty works."
Exactly.
I think those mountains are amazing. He's like, "Yeah, I look out my window, I see them every day. It's just different."
Hey,
right? Different stuff for everyone,
Yeah.
go see things, dude. That's what I would say. Right? Go see the world. There's a reason why I love the mountains and the ocean. I think those are the two best places to be in the world. You either need to be near an ocean or you need to be near the mountains.
And Josh and I have neither in the Midwest.
Well, you guys need to get moving, baby. We will get you moving. You're working remote, right?
That's why I go on vacation.
You down?
Man. That's why I do
What's
vacation.
tying you down, baby? That's what I'll say. Keep working remote and don't get tied down. That's been the best thing that has ever happened to me in life. In the last 8 years, I can go wherever the hell I want. And I have, all right? And I think that's important, guys. So get yourself that freedom, if you don't have it already. That's what trading can do for us, right? It can get us that freedom, right? It can get us that push, right? So that's already it for us, guys. 707, Q's recovering. I'm leaving you, Josh, with the Q's at the high. So, Josh, those shoulders better be strong today, baby. I hope you got some good lifting in. If we got to get you some milk, whatever we need, got milk, get strong, baby. Let's go. Let's go. We need to do like a little got milk commercial with Steve with that stash.
Don't crash us, guys. Have a good
Don't
J&J
crash us.
show.
Yeah, we won't.
Hold it.
See you guys tomorrow. Have a blast.
See you guys.
Take off, and that'll be the last remaining.
Well, I'll hold the VWAP. How about that?
Yeah, you just hold VWAP. That's all you got to do. Hold that
VWAP.
VWAP, baby. Hold it.
VWAP. Let's go ahead and let's get into this though real quickly. How about this? If you haven't ever seen one before, it is a sight to see. All right, there we go. Hey.
Yeah. I still think these launches are pretty cool, but for someone like Mitch and others, it's probably like a plane up in the sky. You know, I live right next to an airport, so I see planes all the time. Oh, it's beautiful.
Watch out. Smoke. It's smoky, guys. Oh man, I just can't imagine like literally just seeing that in person, just to seeing how that build up, Yeah, just to see a couple in person would be cool for sure.
Oh,
And I love how now, the world we live in now that you like Michael was saying, you get to see the whole, launch and then them kind of release everything here, right? And and slowly as it, gets through the whole entire process, you get to see, for those flat earthers out there, they start to see the curvature in the earth.
What?
Yeah,
You're not a flat earther?
Oh, no flat earther here. No flat earther here.
I'm just trying to stir up some controversy.
Yeah, I know. But
maybe
then
someone in the chat will be like, I'm a flat earther.
I know. Let me tell you something. I've seen the Antarctica mountains. I've seen the aliens. And yeah, just to see this is so cool. Where it's coming back and landing. How cool is that to see this? So they have got cameras all over the place to watch that. So that was really cool. Really cool. Hey.
That's very cool.
Yeah, I mean, just that random launch getting like 100,000, views right there, essentially for SpaceX Twitter. But yeah, nice move for SpaceX back up today. And yeah, look, good correlation. I mean, you see that with the delayed of the launch when it comes down. Do you really think launches? It's like, even I was saying it the other day on my live stream, like it's just weird to see how a launch would have that big of an effect to have that sort of a pullback. But it did. And then to see the day that it's happening and we get to move up with the launch, so to speak, and it launches on up. So SpaceX, good move today. One I've been looking at as well as the other one is Tesla. Just really good moves, sharp movement. Very similar charts too on the way up today, building up this kind of top upper resistance area as well. And then still my main play of the day, which of course in the small cap sector is been VivK. Came out with news this morning, if I'm not mistaken, doing something with crude oil. So it's recurring crude oil marketing programs have 709 million in annualized commercial activity. So that's some good big numbers. And of course, then you add oil in. It's just one of those things here recently. If you talk about oil, well, that's just a huge topic of course, discussion with the war in the Iran and of course everything going on with that. But good move up today overall. Still holding our main demand area right here that I've had in for hours now. Waited to see if we would actually bounce at it earlier in the morning right here. So we had this area built up and we ran to new highs. This is where I told everyone, just wait, come back down. This will be your main liquidation area to get filled off these candles, and really can make it higher if you want to. And you can maybe put the zone into there. I always like going a little bit lower off those wicks and it being very, very nice. And we're still holding this area. Really the only thing moving in small cap sector as of right now. Myself, that's what I'm looking at. Shaw, you've touched a satellite before? What does that mean, touch satellite? What does that mean?
It's like touching grass, but just the opposite.
Okay, I love it.
No, I don't know. That might not be true.
I love it. All right. But how we doing, Snowman? Buy in on VIVK. At this point, this was your dip area, so you had a chance there, Snowman, just a little bit ago. This is what I called out. If you've missed it, right? I think it was somewhere in this area. Money Mitch spun it over to me, and I gave my little spiel of what I was looking at so far today, and boom, we came right back on down, and we tapped this area yet again. I wouldn't chance it for a third and fourth time, right? So this is overall, you're getting to the third really time, right? So that's why you can see it's weaker. Now the fourth and fifth time, I would wait. I'd wait for this to come back down if you're looking to buy in on this play. The juice has been juiced out on this. We haven't seen a lot of good all-day runners recently in the small cap sector. And we're going to have that. We're going to have days, weeks, essentially. I know Michael D. Ryder was, ranting the other day about we're not getting 100% mover. It was really slow. Well, we're now getting them 100% movers. They're just not really running throughout the day with the PR. The only one that ran without a PR recently was a ZYBD play and ZYBT yesterday. And this was just a halt fest bonanza. I mean, this is literally bonanza. Look at it this morning. And look at this yesterday, right? There's not a lot of good chart structure there. It ran all day, but it had no PR. There's no reason for it to be up. And so you're seeing a lot more of that here recently. Plays are just cracking back on down. And then you have your run-of-the-mill plays like kids that, there go the kids, so to speak. And then you got hi ho. It's down we go.
They had a good headline. A buddy of mine sent me the headline. It got him bullish on it. And so and then kids faded though, which is unfortunate, but
yeah.
What a strong headline.
Yeah, and that's the thing with that's why I've said that for the longest time. I don't trade PRs. I look at them and I take it with a very small grain of salt. Usually, as always, it's going to be momentum. It's going to be where the mob wants to go to. They will usually decide it, not the PR, unfortunately. And unfortunately, too, going back to kids, you can see VIVK 15 minutes before the opening bell, its PR comes out, pretty good PR. And it goes Banana Joe's from 150-60 area all the way up to 5. So you get a $4 pop just in a blink of an eye. So no offense, but if you're in kids, that thing just went $4 before you could even pull your zipper up. You're in the bathroom, you can't even get the pants back up. This thing ain't even gone, but maybe. And I know percentage-wise it's gone a lot, but it's only gone 60 cents. But what I always say, what have you done for me lately? While you're still in kids waiting to do something, it's just downtrend city. Yeah. And right about right here is we're in this downtrend for almost 2 hours now, which we hit the 2 hour mark right at the opening bell that we've been in this downtrend. Anyway, right about 15 before the opening bell, what happens? The worst thing that you could have happen if you were a kid's long-term investor or just, trying to buy, you want the play to go up. Well, VIVK goes Banana Joe's and goes from 1 to 5 in a blink of an eye. Do you think anyone's going to want to come over here and trade this at the opening bell now?
Nope.
Nope. No. And then you get the sell-off as VIVK does what? Opening bell, you see kids go ripping and roaring to the bottom side. Why? Because VIVK was doing the opposite and ripping and roaring right there and the mean going up. So that's your mob shift. That's exactly what I mean by mob shift. And you're going to get that in the small cap sector.
Yep.
And you've got to learn to, then wait for your setup to come. I had guys in my lobby try to get the short up top, didn't get it, but they were scalping long. They were getting some scalps along the way, which I love. And I was saying, hey, I'm just going to wait for my bounce play. I want that's kind of my style. I'm waiting for what I want. I want to draw a picture, and this is the picture I want to draw, and I'm waiting for that picture essentially to unfold.
When I was trading small caps a few months ago, just to reiterate your point as well, it was the one thing that I noticed was getting trade alerts, and those alerts were so important because it would be like there's the hot small cap stock that's moving at the moment, and then all of a sudden a different stock will take its place, and everybody like vultures just goes to that other stock. So getting those trade alerts in the small cap sector is very important.
Yeah, and this would be the other area I like a lot. It's not as built up, it is that great, but it's still showing me the same thing. So Snowman, this is your other add-in area. So if I could put another box, I'd put my box around 450 to 460, 470. I should say 470 to around 44, somewhere in this area right here. Opening price, this little lower shadow. Other than that, watch for the only thing we have forming here, and I'm going to leave these lines in. Why? Because when we pop back up, I may fail at one of these uptrend channels. Now, again, one of them is just the trend line, but the other one was kind of, you can see the top of what could be, and you can put it tighter. I really will, actually, for right now, I'm just going to get rid of that one. But this we may pop into. So what you want to see here, Snowman, the main thing I would be looking for is a break of what? And then a reclaim of the downtrend line. So watch for a break of this and a push up. So we push up, then watch for a move back down and bounce off of the VWAP and maybe the downtrend. Those would be your two out-ins. Would be the breakout play potentially here, or just wait for the dip back on down. There you go. And oh my gosh, former runner, CPHI. You can spell one word with it. If you could spell one word, what first word comes to your mind with CPHI?
CPHI. Chipper? Like the wood chipper?
Well, just chip. Just
chip.
Yeah, you remember when you would get those.
If you scramble the letters around, yeah, you're right. It's
yeah,
chip.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if I where you'd get ASMK, and you'd be like, "What's that?" And you'd be like, mask. Anyway, but yeah, you're
yeah,
chip. I always just call it chip. CPHI, former runner here. This probably has no news. I think this is most likely Asian Chinese, but yeah, and it's called China Pharmaceutical essentially holding. So yeah, shocking. This play has no news. It's up. It's spiking away there. It's halted up right now. The resumption price is going to be right around 330. No actual gap up. The resumption price will be 12 after in 15 seconds. So it doesn't matter where you're at in this fine world. You're at 1300 or you're at 3. It doesn't matter. It's the last 2 digits that matter the most.
Scrowl.
Yeah. 12 after 15 seconds. 12 after 15 seconds for CPHI. Not my cup of tea. It's kind of in the same boat as ZYBT. Leave those alone for the most part. Every once in a while, I'll dabble in them. Let's see. Trevor Clark got the bounce. This is over on my live stream. Going back to it finally. Got the bounce. Not much, but got 584 to 618. Green and happy. There he goes. Got a little something. Jesse, what have you traded today? You know what I'm all over. Yeah, Nigel's all over it. Chip, that is it. 100%. What's up, day trade with Tony? Nigel, Snowman, Tack from earlier. If you're still sticking around, I don't know if you are still around. Takasito. Yeah, you get any trades in today, brother?
I did, yes. If we switch over to my screen, I traded MU this morning. I did 1 trade, and I am sharing my screen. There
Boom.
we go. Boom.
Got it.
Awesome. Okay, so I wait for the first 15 minutes to kind of just watch what MU does. As it looks bullish, I'm waiting for that potential dump and then maybe at a retracement go into it long. So I wait. This is the 1 minute chart. I get in right about here at the 633 mark, and I add to my position. I'm going long. But it pulls against me, and it pulls against me pretty heavy. It taps and goes to the VWAP, but at that point, I'm like, okay, either we're going to break, and we're going to break the VWAP, and we're just going to fall, and then I'm going to be in really big trouble by adding to my position, or VWAP is going to find some support here. Well, I averaged down at about right at the VWAP again. I add more shares. I did about 20 additional shares. Started with 5, went to 10, and then I added 20. So the point at which, of course, I need to make profit is about 931-ish or so. I finally do. And I start taking profit off the table at 932, 933. It's still kind of doing some floundering stuff. I like staying in profit, so I take a little bit more off the table, and then I let the last bit just run. I just don't touch it. I move my stop loss up. I'm in profit, and then I take the remainder off at 938. And so that's the one trade that I took today, averaging down and getting it. So I like averaging down, but it either really works or it can really work against you if it continues to go bearish. But the way that this thing was moving in the pre-market, the way MU was showing strength as well as the rest of the semiconductors, I didn't think we were going to have just a pop and fade for the whole day. And so it paid off. It went well.
Nice. Good job. Yeah, a little averaging in right there. A little DCA in, and then definitely good job letting the last bit run there. Congratulations getting that move back on up. I like it. Good job there. And that's your only trade for the day?
That's the only trade so far. Yep. Now I'm still watching MU. Looks like we just made a new high, 954 now, so that's great. Up over 10% today. My DRAM swing position is still down, but nice to see DRAM is somewhat recovering, as well as the semiconductors, because that's obviously where that's going to make or break DRAM. That's essentially what the ETF is. And make a new high a day as well with DRAM right now at 58.31.
What was it, 64? I know you averaged down again. Didn't you average in on this a little bit?
Yeah, we're in like $67. So we're still far. We're still, $9 off of our position.
Well, let's work our way back up. I think we got the pullback that was needed there overall, and it came down to a really nice area. That 50 handle, like I liked. I really would have liked to see 47 even on DRAM on the move down there. But hey, got the move. Now it's doing its thing, kind of making that move up. Testing a little bit of the downtrend that I'm seeing here coming up too as well. That little micro downtrend we've created overall in the last few days, really this month, I guess I really should say, and reversing off my 50 EMA really nicely here. So if we get back above that, break the downtrend, watch for this to move back up to 62.50 and then potentially even 65, 66 area. Then Jesse's really going to be cooking and looking.
And it will look nice. But poor day trade with Tony. He's revenge trading right now. No, Tony. He says DFNS is mad and already cost me today. He's revenge trading it. He wants his money back. So careful out there, Tony.
It's my money. I need it now. Don't forget, coming up here
There
about
it is. He
15,
got it back. Good job,
15
Tony.
minutes. Book of the week, Stock Market Wizards by Jack Swagger. So here coming up in about 15 minutes, Stock Market Wizards by Jack Swagger. Jesse will have a little 10-minute presentation for us. And of course, smash that like button. We get 50 likes on today's live stream. I'm going to give away 25. I mean, I should say I'll give away 125K account.
How many? Woo!
50 of them. Smash that like button if you get to 50 likes today, which I'm thinking we're going to get there. Because why? This afternoon, we got the earnings stream. Jesse's going to be with Alejandra and Steve. Got a good round of earnings this afternoon. We'll give away a 25K eval. Again, smash the like button. Give away a 25K eval. And Jesse, real quickly, too, this is great. I mean, if you want to get your little inside for earnings, smash your way on over to the like button. But other than that, smash your way over to the description in today's live stream. And what you'll find there is explore the earnings beat by Trade the Pool. And that's right. Look at this. We have all the earnings. The little orange section, pre-market, the bluer section, after close, right? You can see it's even labeled for you. And you can just click on, say, I have to log back in. But you can click on the chart. And when it'll give you can do prediction prices like we always have been doing. Also, on top of the fact, it breaks down the whole entire stock for you, so you don't have to go anywhere. This is your whole entire earnings right here for you. You can then, of course, have different sectors, right? You can have different upcoming or already reported. What weeks, you can just go to certain weeks instead of having, if you want to go out and look weeks ahead, we've got you covered, team. So if you're just wanting to look for a certain ticker, you can have that set up like this if you want to as well. If you like it that way, or if you like it this way, right? There's many different ways that you can have it set up. So go on over, smash the like button, and while you're there, click the earnings beat, sign up today. You have earnings at your fingertips Monday through Friday for the rest of eternity.
It's beautiful.
Yes, it is very beautiful. And just like I was talking about here, Jesse, as we zoom back on in, right? We got this little micro downtrend. I can see we're trying to test here, maybe break out of. Then we got that 50 that we had been holding us down. If we could break both at the same time, we're going to pop back up into this area somewhere right around 62, 50 to around 63-ish or so. And then through that, we're going to find our move up to the 66 or so handle. And like I said, that is when this full downtrend is broken, and maybe a possible, depends on what time frame you're in, kind of this little inverse head and shoulder starts to form. So watch for the downtrend break right here. Watch for the 50 break for the move back up to 62.50. We come back, retest, form shoulder number 2, work our way back on up through 66, and then even maybe back up to 73.50. We're into Jeffy over there. Jesse is taking some profit at the 73 or so handle.
That's right, Joshy. That's right, brother. Just taking some profit, baby. Taking some profit all day long.
Oh, no. I got to go back to CPHI. Halted up yet again. Let's see how far this Chinese play can go. The higher it goes, I will short this. If this can continue to climb higher and higher into the skyer and skyer, I will, the first halt down, I will stab in at this for a big reversal. So let's keep an eye on CPHI. We have CPHI resumption time. Going to be 23 after on the dot. 23 after on the dot. No gap up, but 23 after on the dot is when we will resume. And I'm keeping my eyes glued.
I'll be right back, brother.
He says, I'll be right back. All right. CPHI is rolling, though. Looking nice, looking good. We're looking good here. Go back to we'll go 1 minute. We'll zoom her in a little bit, get her zoomed in, zoomed out. Know what I'm talking about. Tony, glad you got back that money. That's always a good feeling. In there, you get exactly. And you're like, I am done with you. You are blacklisted for the rest of the day. I may go back to you at some point in time in eternity, but right now I'm done with you. I hate you. I'm glad I got green. Back to even, you know. What's up, Tyler? How we doing? Yeah, hit that like button. Come on, hit it. ASTS and attack asking earlier. Man, I have everything labeled that. I don't really have to go. Just because I'm attacking the same stuff every day. Now there's hundreds of ways, right? I mean, I guess there are 100 plus ways to skin a cat. But for me, there's only like 3 or 4 ways to skin my cat. I like to skin it the same way every time. And so I'm waiting for that setup to form. And when that setup forms, then I attack the cat. That's so terrible. But you get my point. And so I wait for those setups. They're so just ingrained into the membrane, so to speak, at this point. I know exactly what I'm looking for, like this CPHI. I'm just waiting for that first big red candle down, and we halt down. And then it's the death candle of doom, you know. Just we've seen it far too often. going back to say VIVKs of the world and trading this and understanding, finding those bounce areas well ahead of time, boom, and we have that opportunity. Let's go to a 3-minute time frame. That way it kind of makes that look a little sexier for my liquidation sweep zone. But look, we're still holding it perfectly. And this is it. And I don't know if Snowman, you took it. We didn't quite get that back test to the downtrend there, but there's the downtrend break, right? So it's either wait for the sell-off and just get the new reloaded, a new area we can reload at, or take the downtrend break. But this is, just beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. I'm still keeping this uptrend channel line and the downtrend line in. Why? This is going to become support on the way down, and I want to see if it does. It should. And on the way up this uptrend channel, when it spikes up, being when we have upper shadows here in these wicks, I know this is probably going to be a selling point for me. So I want to keep it in there so when I get close to touching it, as close as I can get without getting bit, I'll take some profit there. ASCS, you say, is taken off, so we have some space. Space plays moving today. Well, about time. This play has been a little dead in the water, in my opinion, over the last few weeks. Moving its way back on down here as we move into July and June there. Yeah, right. Pretty good pullback. It's due. And like DRAMs of the world, these plays, in my opinion, are not due, but overall, they're in that area, too, of the chart, in my opinion. Cycle. To get the dips, right? This should have been the dip, and it was. And this was beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. Now we're going to previous low area in the node, right down here, way down yonder in the Chattahoochee. It gets hotter than a hoochie coochie.
Oh, well, Alan Jackson. I just don't have. I never took to that song, but gosh, he's a good songwriter.
Oh God, he is a good songwriter, and I did take that song as a kid.
Did you like that one? Did you like it? I'm always like Chattahoochee, Chattahoochee, what?
Yes, and what was the Brooks and Dunn song that was so popular as a kid?
Neon Moon.
Yeah. And there was another one too that I love.
Boot Scoot Boogie. That's it. Yeah. Yeah, I like that one a little bit more. There is a question. Tyler wants to know, how is Marvell doing? Tyler, Marvell has made a new high a day at 209, and it still looks like it's pushing. So it's up over 7% right now.
You want to pull it up?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
Pull it up, take a look at it, break it down for them. Give them the good.
Absolutely.
Give them the damn good.
Absolutely. Let's just, it looks like I'm sharing my screen.
You are. I got it up.
Oh, you got it up? Cool. All right, cool.
I was ready for it.
So, Tyler, this is a 1-minute chart. You asked how Marvell's doing. Looks like we're following this 9 EMA here really, really well. We're, of course, above VWAP. It's looking pretty strong. Yeah, so it looks like we hit 209.28. And we are headed up to, this is a pre-market high, 209.93. So we'll see if we can tap pre-market highs, get above them. That would be great. But yeah, again, up over 7% today with Marvell, and looking for more. I think as long as we can really hold the 9, hold the 20, not fall too far below. Right now, it looks like we're in just a little momentary consolidation, trying to figure out what we're going to be doing next. But yeah, it's definitely a good. It's nice and bullish. It's been nice and bullish now for the last at least 25 minutes or so.
Yeah, day trades all over it. Day trades is like day trade with Tony's like, what? Come on, every person in here smash that like button. Everybody. We're getting there. We're up to 33. Should we get to maybe 35-ish by now? Jumped in CPHI. Yes, I did as well. So I jumped in on CPHI. Let's see if we get some more movement on down. That's another one good, Joe. They can break it hard and just don't understand.
It's a good one.
If you tell my heart, if you break it hard.
There was just nothing like 90s country music. Especially summertime, I play it, you go outside, it's 85, 90 degrees or whatever. You turn on some 90s country music, man, and it's like walking back through childhood all over again.
Yeah. Oh, man, all the good Garth Brooks songs he had. He just was like, it was like one hit after another, that stretch he had there for a while. So, yeah, it was some good stuff in the early 90s, essentially into the mid to late 90s. Of course, then it seemed like the mid to late 90s, you'd see a lot of females took off, from Faith Hill, Shania Twain.
Honestly, this is the best country song of the 90s to me still is Strawberry Wine. I love Strawberry Wine. That to me encapsulates all of country music in one song. You get the nostalgia, you get the beauty of it, you get a little twang to it, you get a love story, you get a breakup, you get everything in it. And Dina Carter and Strawberry Wine, man, it just doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, It's a good one. It's a classic. It's a good one. It's a good one. I don't. There's just too many. I don't know if I like even like songs and movies, or music, however you want to label it with movies though as well. Like, what's your favorite movie ever? What's your favorite song ever? I just like, there's just too many
It's
good
too
ones.
tough
Oh,
to
here
call, but
yeah, it is. Yeah, and VIVK, here we go, team. I talked about it. VIVK back over to it, swinging back over. She's a working out here. Loving it here. That 680 or 580, $596 area, working out beautifully, moving back up, scaling out. My next scale out zone, I really want this back up around 750 or so.
looks like we're on my screen, just so you know, Josh, if you're trying to go, brother.
Cool.
And Tack, Patsy Cline, man. I can still listen to Patsy Cline. What a voice.
Yeah, I mean, I think we talked about that. That was one of your favorite voices ever.
I think it's one of the best voices ever, actually. At least in the last 50 years, you know.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's all. To me, that's all time. I don't know if there's anything 50 plus years ago.
I don't know what they sounded like 1,000 years ago. I know what they sounded like about 50. Ever since we were able to get recordings. Isn't that funny? Humanity literally has no chronicle record of voice, sound, or pictures. True pictures. Obviously, we have paintings, okay, and they're great, but like and statues. But we have no one 500 years ago took a picture of themselves, right? Like impossible. Nobody has a voice recording of who's what did George Washington's voice sound like, right?
Yeah,
we don't have that.
he sounded like this right here.
Wouldn't that be something if it was a real high-pitched little thing?
Yeah.
Hello, America. Here I am.
Hey, this apple tree. Watch out, man. Took everybody out of beat their ass in wars.
There you
wanna
go.
fix with me. I was the shit. Yeah, that's funny. Waylon Jennings is good. Willie Nelson, that's good. Some good classic stuff. Yeah. There's some good old names back in the day. I mean, of course you go even back to like say like the Sinatras and the Sammy Davis.
Oh yeah.
So many good voices out.
Sam Cooke. Yeah, man.
Oh yeah.
Love Sam Cooke. Looks like Marvell is tapping that pre-market high now. It is still moving just right along.
Yeah, she's looking good. Yeah, same with VIVK. Same with VIVK here. Both these plays looking pretty good that we're looking at. And just really across the board, we've got some decent movers today and some decent action back, at least in the large cap sector. Some decent movers today.
Yep.
I mean, even back to ASTS, I know we're talking about ASTS, which of course, we have SPCX moving up, but ASTS, look at it. It's smacking, it's a rocking, it's a rolling, it's new high of day going right now. That's been getting SpaceX going back to it in the launch just after we moved away from it a few minutes ago. Boom, it just roared to new high of day. It's got the space plays going, kind of recovering. You got your DRAM and some and MUs and some semis recovering today with some nice, good green moves back on up. So yeah, nice. Love it, brother. Love it, brother.
Love it.
Hey, brother.
Hulk Hogan action. Love that.
Hey, brother.
So good.
100%, my man. 100%. Nothing like some good Hulkster action.
He really had a resurgence of career there, especially towards the end. Netflix they dropped a really good documentary on him. It's still yeah, so did we. It's so weird that he's gone. Like he was getting back in the forefront on like Instagram and pushing his new beer and stuff and then it was like, oh cool, Hulk Hogan, he's back. This is cool. And then he's gone. And now he's gone forever. Man.
Yeah, because even watching that for half a second, I was like, you do one of those. He did.
Yeah.
That, didn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Like, hold on. He's not. He forgot. Like, yeah. Because, I mean, of watching it, just like, of course, before the end of it. But, like, we put it on. Like, oh, yeah, cool. I forgot about they're doing this. Oh, and we're watching it. And then, like, you're watching. I think maybe even Avery asked, didn't he die or something along before we get to even the end of it. And I'm like, oh, yeah. We don't have the Hulkster with us anymore. Dang it.
Yeah.
I mean, and somehow Ric Flair is still rocking and rolling. And
he's still going.
Yeah, and I don't know if you watched that thing that ESPN did. They did like a 30 for 30 kind of thing back. They did something I remember seeing on Ric Flair. Maybe it was just wrestling, but there's a segment you can pull it up right now. Like you can YouTube it. Ric Flair. I forgot. Let me just go to YouTube so I know what it is that I always type because it immediately comes up because I've searched for it before. Ric Flair. Yeah, Ric Flair. 60 for 60 going to see doctor about drinking. And so he goes to see like just a normal psychiatrist. This is like in his 30s, whatever. This is forever ago. So he goes to see his some doctor, and like the normal doctor, essentially gets to how much do you drink? And he says, I have, he like, oh, you've got to go see it. It's like I have. I'm just gonna pull it up again so I can kind of verbatim whatever he said. because he like essentially just the doctor is just like, hold on, you've been doing. He said essentially by the time that was over, I was the one giving the interview and the doctor was going. So hold on, here we go. Let's listen to this real quickly. He was a sports psychologist. He asked him just normal questions, right? And essentially, how much do you do this? How much do you do that? And he's like, how much do you drink? How much you drink a day? At least 10 beers and probably 5 mixed drinks. He said, how many days a week do you do that? Well, I do it every day. He said, you do that every day? He said, what do you mean I do that every day? I drink the beer on the way to the work. And he said, oh, that go. And then before the match, I go to the hotel and have my 5 drinks. He said, he came out of his chair and he says, you drink every day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You've been doing that for how long? He said, since 1989. So I said 72. Do the math. Almost 20 years. So essentially, this is in 1989. He's seen a sports psychologist. And since 1972, he has essentially about 10 beers a day and 5 mixed drinks every single day.
Wow. And he's still kicking. That's crazy.
He's still alive somehow. Yeah. I'm like, and especially all the matches he's had throughout the years.
Woo.
Yeah.
Well, I think we're ready for our book segment. I'm getting word from our producer.
I'm ready. Let's do it. Book of the week. Let's get to it.
Book of the week.
Down here in the South, in the book of the week segment, come on over here. It almost sounds like True Blood. I don't know that music. I just feel like we're in Louisiana, maybe Mississippi.
All of a sudden, it does sound like that, doesn't it?
Or True Detective. Remember the show True Detective?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Absolutely. So, book of the week. Book of the week is Stock Market Wizards. This one came out in about 2009. And we're going to be talking about a guy named Dr. Ari Keeve. It's the last chapter of the book. And what's interesting about Keeve is he was not a trader himself. He was a Harvard-educated psychiatrist and Cornell MD. He founded the Social Psychiatry Research Institute. And he was a psychiatrist who was appointed to the U.S. Olympic Sports Medicine Committee back in the 70s. He worked with Olympic athletes on mental performance, visualization, and handling fear of failure. And one of the things that he did was he was talking to I think it was a long jumper or one of these ski guys who could not get over a certain meter mark. And the guy's like, physically, I can't do it. And so Ari's like, okay, well, I want you to think about doing it. I want you to visualize doing it. So the guy tried to go back and do that. And he said, okay, I couldn't do it at first, but then I really thought about it, how exactly I would move, how I would breathe. And so through repetition of visualization and thinking through it, he eventually, this ski jumper, he was actually able to make the mark and more. So Steve Cohen heard about Ari Keeve. He was hired by Steve Cohen at SAC Capital because Cohen believed that traders operate with that same high-pressure competitive environment that Olympic athletes do. And at SAC, Keeve ran weekly seminars and spent 3 full days a week working individually with groups and traders. One of Keeve's philosophy is Cohen had told Schwager, the writer of the Stock Market Wizards books, he said that many traders underperform not because of bad ideas, but because of personal psychological flaws that are holding them back. So as Keeve set about to work at SAC, his job was to remove those internal barriers. And this is Keeve's book, Trading to Win, which I haven't read yet, but I'm going to order soon, and then maybe we can do a thing on the book itself. Yeah. But this insight was really great. Performance psychology developed for athletes, it transfers directly to trading. The same mental skills that turn good athletes into Olympic champions, they can make market wizards. So the parallel between the athlete and the trader, they both require assertiveness, self-reliance, mental resilience under extreme pressure, and also the ability to shift rapidly between intense focus, exertion, and calm recovery. We also, of course, we know this as traders, right? We have this fear of failure. It's a major limiter for both traders and also Olympic athletes. So Keeve used the same techniques with Olympic athletes, the rowers, the bobsledders, that he later used for traders. He helped Olympic athletes recognize and confront their fear of failure. He later saw the exact same pattern in traders who hesitated on these high conviction ideas, or they were just sizing their positions too small, even if their analysis was strong. So super helpful insight that I got from this chapter was traders must train the ability to move quickly from a state of anxiety or overanalysis into calm, decisive execution. So mental gear shifting is a trainable skill. It's not a personality trait. I think we get hung up in that, like, oh, well, I'm not that kind of person. I can't shift gears. Well, the mental gear shifting, it's actually a trainable skill. So here's one of the things that you can do that is actual like a potential thing that all of us can work on doing, and it is promising the result. We set ambitious stretch goals for ourselves, not safe or comfortable goals, but really big goals that are going to stretch us. We make this commitment public to increase accountability and motivation. So not just like privately writing down your goal, putting it in a journal and saying, this is what I want to do this year. No, like get a mentor, get somebody in your circle and say, hey, this is what I'm going to do this year. This is what I'm going to do, and this is how I'm going to reach it. Because publicly declaring a goal, it eliminates this wiggle room where the self-doubt lies. It's easy to make these goals, right? It's especially if you're trying to lose weight, trying to do whatever you're trying to do, and you tell yourself, okay, I'm just going to do it. I'm just going to do it. But if I tell Josh, hey, Josh, I'm going to lose 10 pounds in 3 months, and here's my plan, all of a sudden, hey, I have to be accountable because Josh knows my goal now. He knows what I'm going to set out to do. So the goal becomes a higher standard against which you measure the daily performance. One part of the chapter that was super interesting was one trader, he made $28 million the previous year. Keeve goes to him and he's like, okay, what's your goal for the next year? The trader goes, $50 million. And Keeve's like, $50 million? The trader's like, oh, well, and Keeve pushed back. He's like, how much more? And the trader goes, I think I can make $100 million. And Keeve made him say it out loud in front of his team, hey, we're going to make $100 million this year. The result, the trader did hit $100 million that year. So promising the result commits you to doing it, and it leaves you no alternative but to do it if you are going to live by your word. Public commitment removes the hidden safety net of, I'll try. It forces you to operate at a higher level. So you're trading to win versus trading not to lose. And this is extremely important. Being occupied with not losing, which I know at times, probably as traders, we all are, right? Our first thought is, hey, if I get in this trade, I don't want to lose. I don't want to lose. But being preoccupied with not losing, it interferes with winning. You need to trade to win, not merely to avoid losses. And the visualization and mental rehearsal, they're powerful tools. They're the same techniques, as we said earlier, that are used by the Olympic athletes. Traders, they have to develop a centered trading, focused, disciplinary approach. Keeve would have these traders, he would say, close your eyes, visualize, make the trades in your head. You're generating profits in your mind, right? So you're literally seeing charts in your head, which is probably not a far stretch from what most of us do anyway. I know I talked to Steve about it. He sees the Fibonacci when he sees mountains, right? So he would ask them, why weren't you bigger in the trades that worked? And this forced traders to confront their tendency to undersize winning ideas. So fear of loss creates hesitation, small position sizing, and premature exits. Because we don't want to lose, right? Trading not to lose, it's just a defensive mechanism. It caps our upside. And visualization isn't just some woo-woo kind of like, oh, you're just like, you're thinking through things. Like, no, like when you really think through things and you think about them on a successful basis and say, this is how I'm going to succeed doing this. There really is something to that. If you go to the gym and you work out and you're trying to either lose weight or get bigger or whatever you're doing, it's actually very helpful to think through things. I don't know if everyone does this, but I'll think through conversations that I'm going to have with someone, especially important conversations. And I will mentally start saying, I'm going to say this, I'm going to say that. If they say this, I'm going to say that. And that will typically help any given conversations that I have with people. So it's a mental rehearsal. It improves the real world execution under pressure. The goal of a target isn't always to hit it exactly. It's to create a standard that pulls you higher. So, key takeaways and practical application. This is stuff that Keith came up with. One is to define a clear target, make it ambitious but specific. Develop a strategy aligned with that target. Implement daily disciplines consistent with the goal. Evaluate performance regularly against the standard. Make commitments public, as we said earlier, for maximum accountability. And use visualization daily to rehearse success in difficult scenarios. So write down your stretch goals. Before the trading day, I thought this was important. Before the trading day, spend 5 minutes visualizing yourself executing the trades, right? Think about the process you potentially are going to be taking with these high conviction setups that might show themselves. What would you do? And what would you do to, one thing that I visualize is, okay, if I'm going to average down at a certain point, at what point do I say averaging down here is good? Or what do I say, you know what, it doesn't actually show me on the charts and through price action that really averaging down is going to work in this particular case. So when you feel hesitation on a good idea, you need to ask, am I trading to win or trading not to lose right now? In tough markets, adjust the size of your goal if needed, but never abandon the commitment mindset. And finally, believing makes it possible, he said. To achieve a goal, you not only have to believe it is possible, but you also have to commit to achieving it. So, Ari Keefe, Stock Market Wizard's book. This is, again, about from 2009. You can get it on Amazon. You can get it at Thrift Books. You can listen to the audio version. I actually have the physical book. I love reading physical books. Excellent read. I'll probably cover some other people that were actual traders, not just guys like Ari, but he was a bit of an anomaly and a purple squirrel. And I feel like, and as we discussed last week, trading psychology is extremely important. And Ari Keefe, really learned individual, and I think he helped a lot of traders, and I'm sure he can help all of us on here as well.
Boom. Yeah, it was great, actually. And that was a little something different. Wasn't expecting that, but that's, just shows you how key and big, how huge, essentially, whatever different adjectives you want to use, that psychology is when it comes to stock trading. I mean, it is the thing. I mean, you have to master it. It becomes one of those, like I said at first, one of the hardest things you don't think you're going to have to learn in stock trading. I think it's who you're going to become, like what kind of trader you're going to be. Figuring that out's huge, and just learning to be able to do that and be your own trader, and then building that psychology, that mental edge. Those two things, you don't think about that when you get into this, and then when you finally arrive at it, it's like a smack in the face. It hurts so bad. So, it's just that was that was definitely a good chapter for sure. Any big key takeaway from you on it? Like anything that kind of dug into you, or something that maybe something you need to focus on that you read? And you're like, yeah, I need to work on that.
Jack says it sounds like half Freud and half New Testament. That's funny. Yeah, I think I do think there's something to be said for the visualization in really anything that we do. So like literally thinking through the trades that we're looking at, the charts, the price action. Hey, what would I do if it pushes against me this amount? I think it really, like, looking at the chart at MU right now. Okay, if I get into the trade right now, thinking through all of the potential things that could happen here. Right now, we're in a moment of consolidation. This thing could swing back to the upside. The high of days, 950, 850. Okay. Well, at this point, this thing could go right back up. This thing could also be, this thing could go parabolically down in, 10 seconds. So I think it's trying to figure out, like, okay, if it does this, I do this. If it does that, I do this. That to me is really helpful.
CPHI is live. Sorry, real quickly. And I did take that. CPHI is live. Just want to go over that. But yeah, you're all over it, Jesse. Just want to lay you. I think this is a good one. I think it's one of the better ones. Even if you didn't think about it, this will be one of the best ones you did on the book of the week right here. That was a good chapter to pick.
Excellent. And that's the other thing too. The great thing about these books is they provide lots of disparate types of trading, different ideas and stuff. So we can definitely cover more of these because everyone is very different in their approach to the markets, to trading, and there's really something I think to be gleaned from anyone, even if they trade different than me or you. There's mentality, psychology, and all of that comes out through each trader. Yep. That's a little different.
Yes, it is, my man. And then that's the thing too, where obviously he's built up such a good edge already. But then if you have that issue, but you're a smart little individual, like be a quant, just say, hey, I'm going to have something trade for me, like Michael Noss does. Is my point. He obviously can do his own trading if he wanted to, but he's like, I'm just going to make it much easier even on myself and have this system trade for me, which is really, really cool. So
yeah,
I think that's just the world we're moving to, that you guys can take advantage of that. Kind of like AI, and using that to be able to track and journal and back test all the stuff that you do daily. Take advantage of that. Halted back up. So it just halted right now. So Nigel T Webb, that's halting. So I've got the NASDAQ and I've got an actual, which is really cool. This is actually from somebody that gives you indicators too, which is really cool. So I'm going to put this in the chat for you guys. This is someone on our Discord that put this together. So here's a free halt scanner right there for you guys to use. So take advantage of that. Click on that, literally haltscanner.com, and you go to it. It's got you can click on the ticker too, and it shows you where it's going to resumption. It shows you the LULD bands. It gives you a little bit of everything. So have that, use that as well. That's really key. But it's just halting, not suspending. I guess you could say it's the same thing, halting and suspending, but usually it'll have a different code that's not dealing with validity, and it's halting on news, it's pending something, and then it's suspended for X amount of time, and we won't really know when the resumption time will be. Right now, just add 5 minutes, every 5 minutes, and that's why I was right there. I'm ready. I was ready again. I was like, all right, 20, because it halted at 23:12, and so I said, okay, 43, every 5 minutes. I'm like, oh, okay, no. Oh, it's about to go live now. Oh, it's about to go live now. And then finally it did go live there. You gotta wait for it. But nice move there, CPHI. Wish I would have went in bigger shares, but I did not, which is all good. CPHI is not one to pull it now for whatever reason. Entry price right as it's halting down. And then we got moved right as it went live. I saw that huge wick form, so I'm just scaling out of this play immediately. Boom, 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 boom. Thinking we're going to probably bounce off this wick. Anyway, my main target was getting back down in the low twos, maybe even into the ones. Regardless, I'll still take it. I call it free money. You're getting in here in the halt down, and those with the spread, you don't get perfect entry, but still you're getting in at 315. You're taking free money in the 250s and the 230s. Give it to me every single day of the week. I just literally made 60, 70 cents overall on most of my shares, and I didn't have to do anything but click a button, my friends and family.
That is beautiful.
Halting plays when you can trade them. And that was the other one that's halting today. If you like the crazy movers, the one that was moving crazy is ZYBT. She is now done. Don't worry about that one anymore. Let her cook on out. Let her sizzle out, whatever you want to call it. She's done. Put a fork in her. But DFNS, this is the one that Tony was trading. It's now halted up. It's been the other halting type of play today, other than the most recent one in CPH. I hit that like button. That's right, Tony. Hit the like button, guys. Get 50 likes on today's live stream. We're going to give away a 25K eval on today's Power Hour After Hours earnings stream with Alejandra, Jesse, and Steve. What's up, D-Rider? How we doing? Michael earlier said, could Trump push markets back down? Oh, yeah. I think what happens is what you're seeing with the stuff with the war. That's really manipulating the markets a little bit there.
No doubt.
Yeah, he's definitely got some control when it comes to that. More so than POTUS's in past history that I've noticed big time. I think we're just getting that way in the stock market in general, to where little things could really move the market. I never used to see CPI, PPI, FOMC do the things it's done since, like, say, 2023. Since 23 or 2024, big time moves. I mean, talking 6, 7, point swings sometimes when CPI or PPI, comes out, or FOMC with J Powell. Of course, now we have war, so we'll see how those continue to play out. But yeah, I just 100% Trump can definitely do some, whatever word you want to call it, but he can push the markets for sure. We got DFNS halted up here. T3 defense said, hut. I don't think this has news. I would bet and 100% imagine it does not. Let's look at is this a new IPO play here? Is this new? Is this new here, Mr.?
It's a new one. Is that
it looks like a brand new baby.
It is new.
It looks like a brand new baby. I would say on the way up, 875 rule likes to come into play. Could move to the 10 handle on DFNS. So this play, keep this on high watch. DFNS. My other play, again, CPHI. This is halted up now. So this one's going to be, I thought this would just dump right on off. I thought once this hit, I saw it gap down, hit here. I'm like, yay, we're going to do the thing and give it all back. We're going to go back to literally the launching pad. I didn't get that, unfortunately. So what this play does is most likely halt up and halt down. Now she's live. Resume price right there, popping back on up. Let's see if we get a reversal back down into a halt down. I bet that's coming in soon. Traders are going to take their profit. We're going to go into another halt up. And I would be most surprised if that we didn't halt and we just ran and had a full candle here, Jesse.
Yeah. It's looking good. It's looking good. That wick on top with being a small cap. Now, large caps are a little different, but when I see that big, enormous wick, it's like that price point, man, we got to get over that little red area right where that wick is, and we got to get over it with some force. Because if not, it would personally scare me to get in from the bullish side, just seeing that it being in the small cap sector.
And the thing too, like we talked about, so many traders are trapped, so they're just adding in, and they're just like, yay! So when I'm then got it, was not fully surprised. This is exactly what I anticipated. Either a halt up. I thought we'd see a rejection and maybe another halt down. This play is most likely going to come up and give all these traders their Christmas in July dreams and get out of their trade, and they'll be like, oh man, that was scary.
Right.
And watch for this to move into this area. But yeah, this is just a halt machine. I'll take my quick little scalpy short on it. Hey, and again, a play that's mostly green and long, it shows you can still short and wear on trade the pool. I didn't have to locate shares. And again, that's kind of the same thought process I thought we'd get here, Jesse. You see the big candle wake up, we come down, we halt down. I thought we'd get more continuation like we had earlier in the day. Did not. That's why I did go in short. So you're asking why Josh looks risky. Well, we did this early in the day, team, and I thought we'd do it yet again here and just, knuckle sandwich our way back on down into the ones. That's all good. I'll take my as I call it, free money. It was new yesterday and sold off. But yeah, Ray, exactly, yeah. Yep. That's the thing too with IPOs. They'll pop up, and then a lot of time you think this is going to be the next barn burner, and then it gives back its gains. So that'll happen, and then eventually you do get the spike. This one just happened way earlier, which is day 2. Exactly, scary stuff to short. Yeah, it is. It just again goes back to like Taka earlier asking, where do you keep track of your journal, or how do you keep track of your trades, your setups, whatever he asked, and jokingly, but in a way, I'm truthfully saying in my head. And he said, I knew it. But just because I've seen this so often, I've traded this so much recently. And again, just the likelihood of it, hey, it happened earlier, so let's see it happen again. Unfortunately, did not get the continuation on down. So, yeah, definitely scary, but it's scary either way, right? I mean, imagine traders out of a 20-minute halt down, traders going long here.
Yeah, holding it back up. Falling knife, and then they catch it, right?
Yes, right? I mean, it's just as risky to think about if you think about going long there. But that's the thing about scalping, especially these micro plays that are sub one, I say sub $5, sub 10. They can do these really volatile, halty plays. Usually sub 5-ish. Once you get over 5, and especially closer to 10, you have halting plays, but it's not like halt up, halt down, halt up, halt down, halt down, halt down, halt up, halt up. It just usually doesn't happen. It's usually sub 5. And that's why most traders, the experts of the world, or the guys that do it for 10, 20 plus years onward, they very rarely will touch these anymore. It's in sub $5, $1 plays. It's that they're not touching. They don't even look at them.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. MU's trying to get back up to high a day. We've been in this consolidation period, though, for probably a good 20, 30 minutes. But still above that 9 EMA, still looking strong. I'm just kind of watching it, seeing if we can get back up over the 958s. So we'll see what it does with that. Up over 10% today for MU. So that's nice considering how much red we saw on the tape last week from Semiconductors. Nice to see them have a push back up. Nice to see Marvell over $200 today. INTC over the $100 mark. So pretty cool to see that.
Yep, nice bullish moves back up for those semis and tech plays. So nice moves. Nice green day. Of course, we've talked about it. You're long-term on these. You want to see some movement back on up. You had the pullbacks. We get it, but we don't want to be pulling back for too long. We want to go to the moon, baby. And, hey, I will say one thing. What was my one goal during this was to what? Hold the VWAP. And not only do I hold the VWAP here, I say you're a part of this too, Mr.
Oh, yeah? Yeah.
And look at the SPY. There she goes. New high of day. We're still touching or close to it. New highs anyway. Hey, they're going to be happy with me. I think we've done good, Jesse. We've done good. And man,
we have done good.
I mean, I've got to, at least next time they mention that, like, Jesse's not new anymore, guys, right? We can start, we are going to start throwing some of this over to Jesse's way, right?
I do think it's funny that Mitch and Michael, man, they're still like, Josh, you got to do it. I'm like, hey, you want to keep throwing it on Atlas' shoulders? Watch him shrug, baby. But, he hasn't yet. He's done really good. Whenever you want me to take a little bit of the load, I'm right there for you, man. I can take some of the weight, some of the load.
Got some good sized shoulders, but yeah, man, they're just throwing it on. I like it. I like the heat. I've always, hey, growing up watching Jordans and Tiger Woods of the world. Hey, put me in a prime moment, and I'm gonna shine, baby. I'm gonna shine when it's time to shine. Got about 5 minutes left here on the J and J show. You already know what I'm looking at for the rest of the day. It's going to be VIVK. I'm going to leave I'll look at CPHI, but VIVK. If you want a slow and steady Eddie, you want something that's moving and has some volatile movement though to it here and there. It's VIVK. That is my baby for the rest of the morning. So keep an eye on VIVK. That's the one I'll be looking at for the rest of the day. Holding my liquidation area, that beautiful bounce. And now, Snowman, I know you're still around. I just saw you giggle it up. I like this area again now. We've moved back into the 7s and looks to maybe even push higher. I don't think we see lower than 580, at least through lunch hours. This is going to be your next dip area. Look for another touch off this 580 handle or so, Mr. Snowman. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh. But here it goes, and here's a sell-off. CPHI, CPHI, CPHI.
Heck, I didn't realize it was 340,000 accounts were liquidated in South Korea. I knew it was, was it 1 in 25 or 1 in 30? Wow, that number, 340,000 accounts liquidated in South Korea. That's crazy.
Ouch.
Oh, look at that pushing now. Look at
I'm
it.
telling you, this
It did the thing. It's doing the thing.
It's trying to do the thing here. My good gosh, those, my man. This is some crazy volatile Chinese play right here, and this is what you get, team, for small caps. They always say watch out for the Chinese pump and dumps, because I promise you right now, if it isn't by we'll go tomorrow by opening bell sometime in the next 24 hours, this play will find its way all the way back to dirt. It might go as high as 11 or 12, just like ZYBT did yesterday. And here comes ZYBT all the way back down into the 2s today. Hey, we take advantage of them if you know how to trade them. If you have not traded these, please do not with your own capital. Come to Trade the Pool. Go small shares. That's where
Yeah. And speaking of come to trade the pool, hey, we've launched a 48-hour promotion on our Flex accounts right now because of the earnings, big earnings reports this week. So our 50K Flex account, we give you the buying power of 60K. Our 100K Flex account will give you buying power of 120K for our Flex account. So the price and the rules, they remain the same. It just increases your buying power. And this is open to anyone, new traders who have bought Trade the Pool before. So check that out. It's 48 hours only. We increase the buying power. Josh, that's amazing, isn't it? That's a lot of increased buying power for the same price.
No Chick-fil-A sauce?
No, maybe we'll throw in some Chick-fil-A sauce, which I like, by the way.
20K extra if you get the 100K account, 10 plus K extra at the 50K account. You got me. I'm just astonished.
Woo.
My mind's blown. What is not blown is my account. And why isn't my account blown? Because I didn't short CPHI on a brokerage, and it blew up on me. Because right now, if you shorted on a brokerage, your account just got blown. But if you traded here at Trade the Pool, and you signed up a few weeks ago when we did the buy one, get one, you just blew one account, but we're going to give you some funds for another one, baby. Trade the Pool is where you need to be at if you're trading these volatile movers. She's alted up, Jesse, at 514. Hey, you want a barn burner? I got you 464% gainer on the day. That's right, 464%. Working our way to 465%.
Amazing. That's great.
What you looking at for the rest of the day, Jesse? Does it increase the buying power if you pass for the funded 2? No, it's just for so you have to buy an account. So buy an account for the next 48 hours. You have to buy a new one. So you have to buy something new. And unfortunately, it doesn't increase anything you have currently, because then it would increase what I have, but it does not. You have to, what you buy gets increased. We're trying to get new traders or more traders over to Trade the Pool, and we're teasing you guys of these extra little things that you can get. Last time we did this was, hey, buy a 25K or 50K Flex account. Whenever you blow it, you'll get one for free. So I got one of those. That was around July 4th. We're doing another one right now for earnings. Today, tomorrow, go buy a 50K account. Go buy a 100K account. In doing that, your 50K gets unlocked bonus power to 60K. Your 100K gets unlocked bonus power to 120K.
It's a great deal. It's a really great deal.
Gotta love, let's see. UT's up today with the price acquisition. Not moving in market, but yeah, another fun one there. You'll see this happen from time to time. It's a play gets acquired for a certain price or whatever it might be. And look at this, Jesse. Nothing today, but look at it in pre-market and check the spike.
Woo! Look at that.
That's what will happen. Yeah, it's just straight up to the acquisition price and then just channels all day long. And yeah, this is Utz, baby. Barbecue, sour cream and onion, cucumber chips. I bet my wife would love cucumber chips. Or are you talking about truly cucumber chips? You're saying Utz barbecue chips or cucumber chips? Is that you making your own chips with cucumbers? I'm lost on that one.
Do you eat cucumbers?
I did when
I was a kid.
I was more of I will do every once in a while a chip in the sandwich for sure. Still do that, whether it's a bologna and cheese, I like bologna and cheese. I'll do a regular like potato, like a Lay's potato chip. Those are great in there. And then peanut butter and jelly. There's a lot. I could do Cheetos and peanut butter and jelly. I could do Doritos and peanut butter and jelly. I could do barbecue chips, Lay's potato chips, regular Ruffles, whatever, what have you. But those are my two go-to sandwiches that I definitely like to put some chips in, my friend.
Yeah,
That's
brother.
what
Yeah,
you're
brother. All right, man. It's the top of the hour. I'll be back for earnings here with Steve and Alejandra at 3:30 Eastern Standard Time, and I will see you. Will I see you this afternoon? Will you
I'll
pop
probably
in?
pop in. I'll
Okay.
probably pop in. If we get to 50 likes on today's live stream, I'm popping in and I'm doing a little shimmy shimmy cocoa puff. I'm dropping it like it's hot. I'm twerking, baby.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Yep. Guys, hit the like button. Josh, it's always a pleasure. Chat, always good to see everybody in chat. Always a good time.
Yes, sir. We'll see you guys back later today. Earnings report coming on up this afternoon. What do we got today, Jesse? Today it is, that's right, Interactive Broker. We got a couple different good ones. So nothing compared to tomorrow and Thursday, but today is going to be some fun. We'll see you back later this afternoon. Until then, you guys keep it safe, keep it tight. We'll be back in just a bit.
Welcome, everybody. It is Steve Tileman here with Power Hour. I'm here with Trade the Pool. We got a lot to talk about. SPY having a day. We are finally getting a clear move to the upside. Is it going to be enough to break through our daily resistance? Well, I think we're just still setting up for that earnings report that's really going to matter. The ones that start coming in a little bit after the bell, but primarily after tomorrow's bell. So I think we could still see some tight price action as we kind of base into this pivot that we seem to be forming over the past week or so. Big supporter resistance line here at the 7,500 to 7,510 area on SPX, acting as a clear line in the sand for us to watch going into these prints. What is up, everybody? I am exactly on time to give you the information you need. Trust me. Let me know what you're looking for, what you're trading for here today, Snowman, and we can talk what you guys are in. But for me, I'm just keeping an eye on a lot of these major large caps, going into these big prints here. So big moves in a lot of the kind of risk-on baskets, the front of the prior rally that we had seen. So the Neo Clouds having an amazing time. Let's take a look at some of these. A little bit of a pullback, as we can see, but still looking a lot stronger off the bottom. And this is a trend I'm noticing on just about everything. We're seeing strong moves off the bottom. In the Bitcoin space, very impressed with this action here as well. Going to be talking about this as well. Some names in this space that I think are quite appealing. FinTech, setting up for more in my book. Nice tight flag in PayPal. We're still in this one as well. But all of these unloved baskets starting to work. What's up, Nigel? How you doing? Yeah, Adrian, everything you touched went insane, right? All of these NeoCloud plays in particular. I know you're in NBIS. There's the leader there. And very strong move. Breaking, looks like very close to breaking this downtrend, if not already. Let's take a look at that. So you could draw it like this, say clean downtrend line break. How I might do it is a little more like this. Either way, a really clean downtrend line break. I think this one day was kind of an aberration, so we kind of ignore that, look for the general trend. To me, either way, looks like we got the clean break, and I think these are back on the table for dip buys. What I would like to see is a nice head and shoulders on some of these. Trading up a little bit further into this neckline, coming back down. Let's draw that a little thinner. Essentially confirming this move with a test, into support or into resistance, and then back into support and catching as a higher low off that support, off the kind of downtrend line back test, and basically forming a right shoulder to this left shoulder here. So let's see, looks like you're in NBIS as well as IREN and Galaxy. Yeah, I like the look on Galaxy. This is a fun one. This was my favorite way to play crypto on the last cycle, which felt like many moons ago. Guess it wasn't that long ago. But yeah, Galaxy, very, very tight chart here after kind of flushing out, starting to look a little bit more healthy over this 25 handle. So I think for a higher time frame, we'll be able to see clearer. But yeah, this one, I believe, still doing its best to kind of carve out a larger handle to this big cup that we saw. We played this cup and handle for a very clean 20 to 40 move. Very nice double there. Now coming back, tested back in with that 17 zone. Now, this one's a little messier than some of the other charts. Definitely easier to say with conviction that NBIS, definitely a market leader here. But definitely worth keeping an eye on that one as well as IREN, which I think higher time frame. The structure is very nice still. Forget exactly what we were trying to illustrate with this sad face, but to me, it looks like this one's still fighting to hold at the lower side of the space. Unless it breaks below this, I still think eventually it's going to work its way on up through the $70 pivot and onto the promised land. This thing can easily double if the whole narrative, the whole space really keeps heating up and shows sustained room for growth, primarily indicated by the increased, what we want to see is the forward guidance for all the mega caps, all the hyperscalers keep being strong. If those are, then these stocks can easily see a lot more appreciation. Just very, very leveraged bets on that hyperscaler capex growth. So good stuff there. Let's see what else we got in the house. There have been a lot of big moves for sure. Sticking with the fintech space, we're seeing nice bounces, nice bottom wicks forming on the weekly candles of names like Hood, which saw a gnarly mean flush out, just washed it out back down to this $100 level very briefly, and now showing a strong incentive to move higher just off of that low already. Another one showing something similar a couple days ago was Baba. This one had a very, very strong push off the bottom. Gap ups off of the news that they were no longer, what was it? No longer off the government ban list, essentially, the blacklist there. I believe that was what caused this initial pop off the bottom. You can see that very high volume there. Then what really surprised me was on this gap down, it didn't really need to pull back anymore. It found a strong buyer already overnight, and now it looks like it wants to just kind of grind higher. I would still love to see a higher low. And initially, I wanted to come back down, fill this big gap down to 100 for that higher low. I think that's probably a thing of the past for a while. I don't think the bob is going to be back under 100 for quite a bit of time, if ever. But I am looking for a higher low somewhere to kind of dig into. Let's put some moving averages on this bad boy, show you where I'm looking. But yeah, China very strong, and we're seeing this theme. It's going to be more and more popular as we start talking about the hyperscalers, how much they're going to be spending going forward on these this data center build out, this AI infrastructure build out. And we're going to be hearing about it a lot because, well, China's taken a different approach, and it seems to be doing pretty well. So they are definitely stronger into the kind of commoditization of AI. So they're spending a lot of government funds on essentially, catching up to U.S. frontier models, frontier labs, and by bridging that gap, they're driving down the cost overall. Because essentially, I mean, you can either pay much more for a frontier model, or you can get 80% of that performance, if not even more, with Kimi K3, their latest model. Essentially, the gap is closing much faster than maybe people were otherwise anticipating. Either way, great for somebody like me who just loves playing with all the cool new models, but it'll be interesting to see how this affects the market. And this will be basically, if this sounds familiar, it's because we've done this whole narrative before with the DeepSeek scare. And what it kind of comes down to, I believe, is still going to be Javon's paradox. So if anybody's familiar with that, let me know. But otherwise, I'm pretty sure this is worth talking about here. What's up, Stephen Allen in the chat? Hey, fellow Steve. I feel like we're building a team of Steves. We got like 3 or 4 regulars now. So welcome to the Steve army there. So Javon's paradox, what is it? Essentially, what it is that it's the idea. They call it a paradox. It really isn't. It's the idea that as technology... Sorry, my cat is scratching at the window. I gotta take her out. Look at this troublemaker. Where is she? Yeah, she's not thrilled. I'm gonna talk paradoxes, and I got a cat trying to climb up a curtain. Okay, so the idea is... Javon, he was an old school... he was like... around when they were making the steam engine. And essentially his thought process was, okay, so the steam engine, it was this massive thing. It was very cumbersome. As we were able to have technology to make these smaller and smaller and smaller, all of a sudden the use cases for steam engines just grew and grew and grew. So it was this issue of, well, are we going to need more coal or less to power these steam engines? The first thought was, well, they're getting more efficient, we'll need less. Is that the case, though? No, because we hadn't reached a point of saturation. There were more and more use cases for steam, and we saw that expand and expand and expand. Nobody was anticipating like locomotives or I don't know whatever the heck else you could have kind of not guessed was coming down the line after that initial first invention. So in that same way, we have not reached a point of saturation with compute. So we are not at a point where we have enough, essentially. We don't know all of the potential use cases for really cheap code, which is essentially the revolution we're seeing. So this is all a lot of words to say. I think that China is a great place to invest in. I think that they are going to be seeing a lot of investments going over into their tech space. The easiest way to play it, K-Web, for very long-term positions, by the way, guys. We could see a pullback, and I would love that to load more. But yeah, I just want to put these on your radar because I think that we are kind of early in acknowledging this trend, and I think that it's going to be a talking point for quite a while. So I'm pretty sure these are higher lows being put in on the high time frame monthly charts of charts like K-Web here, Baba as well. Beautiful action here on the strong push up. It really gets rocking and rolling when it's back over this 125. A few more areas of interest. Baidu. I'm not sure why this one's so weak. Often it'll lead BABA, so it might just be kind of a mechanism of as liquidity comes back into the space, it'll start with the leader, the liquid leader, and it might take a while for that laggard trade to kind of become relevant. So I'm probably going to be buying Baidu higher up when it's a more firm, setup. That being said, this could be the higher low starting to play out here. So keeping an eye on this. All right, let me catch up on these comments real quick. What's up, Talk? I see you. Let me also get into the intraday chart because I'm here with my head in the clouds and I want to see if there's a setup for y'all long term. We are in a positive gamma buy the dip mode, about 15 minutes past the bell. So I was waiting for this 15-minute flip. Looks like we're potentially setting up a little scalp long. Let me talk about that real quick. Then I'll go back and check these comments out. So essentially just deciding if we're ready to kind of take the next leg up here. And there's a few things we can watch to see if we can get an edge. In general, definitely very bullish today. Nice, strong price action, and I want to check in with the gamma levels. No trading for me today. I was at the doctor's, but looked back and the system was telling me green from the open. Seems like if you were looking biased to the long side, you waited for a 15-minute range to form and then played either a reclaim of VWAP or a break and back test of this opening range. Looks like you got an entry maybe there or there into the VWAP. Both look like decent spots for just this kind of grind up. And generally not it's not the most explosive of kind of days, these kind of positive gamma grind ups, but they are very comfortable, right? You can feel good buying dips and expecting the market to be kind of on your side, wind in your sails, so to speak, wind to your sails. So we're going to be watching on this 15-minute flip, which just came in, seeing if we can kind of reclaim these moving averages and continue this grind up. But what I want to check in on and see is if there's any real pull higher in the next either intraday, the next gamma that's expiring the next hour, or primarily tomorrow. So give me 1 sec while I check in on my numbers here. In general, looking pretty constructive, and I would expect this 75.25 to be a potential target, if not today, then pretty quickly tomorrow. Sorry, wrong level there. All right, we're going to check in with my new tool. It's a little bit early, so grain of salt, but the numbers should be pretty accurate. So they're going to be 15 minutes delayed, but going into tomorrow and the rest of the week, that shouldn't matter too much there. Essentially what I'm seeing is 75.25, that level that I was mentioning, lit up tomorrow pretty nicely, but the biggest node is actually even higher at 75.50. So I would love to see a push up to 75.50 SPX tomorrow, and that should roughly cap the upside move. So those are the two kind of big levels. You can trade up into that, wait for a higher low off of that, or a flip in a back test of this 75.25 for the bigger push up. But in general, seems to me like price action is pretty constructive. What this is, these four kind of bars here, they're showing the different gamma concentrations at different strikes on different days. So this is Tuesday, this column's Wednesday, Thursday, and then finally Friday. And then these horizontal strikes, they're areas of interest on each day. So tomorrow, it's telling me this is an area of interest, that's 75.50. This is the kind of intermediate zone where it could get stuck at, 75.25. To the downside, the bottom side of the range, pretty decent gamma exposure still at the 74.50 node, but I would expect that to kind of fade as we continue on into the end of the day and into tomorrow. Later into the week, just like we saw the shift up midweek here, we're to the upside of the range, top side targets, we are seeing that shift up on the bottom side too. So I think that market wants to be in bullish mode for these earnings. That's my inclination, and that's kind of what we're seeing at this point. But that could change into the prints, and hey, they could always be wrong. But I think the street is expecting pretty decent earnings here, and the market to kind of catch and be carried by these mega caps. You'll be seeing more of this screen going forward as I continue to hone this. It's almost ready for a beta release. So if you guys are interested in trying this out yourself, come on over into my Discord server. I'll drop that link real quick. But what it is essentially a gamma exposure dashboard. It's going to be giving you a little bit of information on a whole bunch of different things, but the primary thing is these gamma exposure profiles, which are, you can think of them as kind of requirements for market makers to hedge against intraday. These large flows that happen, they play out quite quickly, within 15 minutes to a couple hours often, and you'll see these percentages jump up. I know it's hard to see, but this is basically saying that in the past period of time, the open interest at this one strike went from 420 million to 2.2 billion, showing that there's a strong bet being placed that the market's going to travel up to that point. Well, those need to be hedged against and often become a self-fulfilling prophecy. So this is a little window into those hidden market mechanics. This is showing the weekly, but this also works for swing trades as well. We can type in any old ticker here and get the same kind of gamma exposure profile for a longer term outlook as well. So not just for intraday stuff. Then you can see the little expected move cone by the certain date there. And I am bullish on Palantir primarily because I think that there's a really nice gamma exposure profile built up to the top upside, as well as a nice high time frame chart as well. All right, so let me check in on these comments as soon as I get some water, because I don't know if you hear guys dying a little bit. Be right back. Whew, that was a close one, guys. They almost took me out there. How tragic would it have been if I lost my voice right after Alejandra lost hers? 2 streamers, 0 audible voices. That's no good. All right, guys, let's get back into it. Thanks for bearing with me. We talked a few of these features. We'll get into more later. Just wanted to throw it on your radar that we've got some cool tools for you around the corner here. So, meanwhile, back into the charts. We have SPX still hanging out, still holding over the 75.05. I would assume dips get bought as long as it's over that 7,500 level. Not super inclined to just be looking to play this right now. It's still kind of stuck in the mud and getting into the end of the day. So probably most of the juice has been squeezed. I could see a little bit quick pullback even. Just not seeing much traction being made on the short-term charts here, despite being long-term bullish, long-term positive structure, and bullish into tomorrow. What is up, Mike? Good to see you, man. Let's see. What else we got? Josh talking awkward. Yeah, this is actually a really nice chart. It's one you don't hear a lot about, and there are some other water names that I think are really compelling. I'd love to talk about those real quick. So what I'm going to do, going to keep an eye on where we're at intraday. We're going to go to a 5-minute chart, keep it on the left here, just to keep track of the market. And then we're going to start looking around, having some fun, seeing some of the bigger movers on the small caps on the right side here, as well as some of these maybe a little bit slower, a little bit less shiny trades on the daily charts. I do want to talk about the water plays because I think they have a lot of potential here long term. What's up? What's up? What's up? Oh no. What's up, Jessica? Apparently we got some server issues. We will be hard at work on the back end there if that is the case. So let's drop somebody a line here, and we will see if we can get any update on that in just a second. So I am seeing that our scanner seems to be down as well. So bear with us. We will be back up in just a moment. Good news, not seeing anything too crazy happening, at least on the indices here. We're going to check out some small caps for you in just a sec. But I wanted to talk. Yeah, WTTR. This stock is looking really, really pretty to me on a daily time frame. This thing seems to be just about ready to do the liftoff to get this big bid onwards and upwards. And this is a very easy trader, guys. We can just wait for our spot, either off this 5 moving average because it's very orderly, or if this 9 gives us an entry, maybe the next day or so. I think this one wants to wick down and then start putting a big candle up because we're seeing this nice big accumulation of volume finally starting to lift us, drag us over this previous high. Let's see. Yeah, by the way, yeah, we do have an official word there from our producer. Yeah, so the issue's been reported. We're hard at work getting that back restored. Thanks for bearing with us, and we promise we will get that working as soon as we possibly can here. No, Delonte, not just you. Thanks so much, guys. We got Billy in the house. What up, what up, what up? So we are just talking some water stocks really quickly. Interesting. I actually need to do a little more research on these because it seems to me there's like a counterintuitive aspect where water plays and oil services plays, they kind of seem to often be trading together. So there's an interesting angle there that I want to talk about more once I understand it a little better. Right now, I just have these stocks on my radar because the charts look so nice and constructive on a higher time frame. This is what we would consider a high and tight flag here. I've been watching it for a couple months, just kind of grinding on up here. Wishing I took part into this 21 week, but now I'm thinking we're ready for the expansion. So high and tight flags, they move over 60% within 3 months. So we can just take this tool and see that, yeah, 90% move within 25 bars. That's perfectly exactly what you're looking for. After that, what you're looking for is between, I believe it's 2 and 6 weeks of consolidation. And what you don't want is the price to fall more than 25% in that consolidation. So first off, we check that. Beautiful, only 16%. And this took 11 bars, just about 3 months here. So I think this is a perfect candidate for this high and tight flag that I'm looking for. These are some of the most impressive moves in the market because they will just keep on going. Let me show you a really impressive high and tight flag and how that price action can work. Often what you're seeing in a high and tight flag is just a clear leader in the market, really kind of flexing that power and showing its stuff. For example, Astera Labs here, A-Lab, one of my best plays last year from the 90 handle. Well, it exploded over 100% in a month or so. And then what did it do? Well, it just kind of traded sideways, and everybody thought it was a blow off top. We'll zoom in there a little more. So from this peak of the range, drew down 18%. So never broke that 25% drawdown there. And when it finally did break this consolidation, this couple months of consolidation, just another absolute explosive continuation move for, I believe, even if you bought just the breakout, still 100% move there. So these can really indicate this absolute just dominant strength. Another one for you, Bloom Energy. This gap up and flag here, another high and tight flag. And although it's a wild, weird, choppy range here, it did end up moving from the 227 all the way to the 300 or so in a relatively straight move. So, you do get a lot of upside on these. Now, interestingly enough, Bloom Energy starting to kind of look like it's tagging the bottom of this megaphone that we've been waiting for. So interesting spot here. My system said accumulate. into this 212. Every time it reclaims, that's a valid entry. And so far, that entry is working. I did not take it, but I'll be keeping an eye here. I'm going to catch up with some comments. Hey, Pascalia is back in the house. Let's see. Talking about a lot of things I need to learn. Absolutely. I'm learning every day, brother. That's why I'm here. That's why we're all here, to learn together. So let's see. What are you saying? Need to watch unemployment claims. For oil, use daily time frame only and backtest seasons. Interesting. So yeah, I think higher time frame is definitely going to help with oil. You know, that kind of geopolitical stuff. It can move slow intraday. Often the moves will happen overnight, first off. But the more important thing is that people kind of just sleep on it. You know, everybody kind of forgot about oil. All it really came down was come back, test a key level from a technical perspective. Hold on a Thank you, producer, whispering in my ear. Sorry, guys, that was a little distracting. So what I got word of a few things. First off, we are going to be moving to our earnings stream. So that just means that I got to duck out for about 2 minutes. I'll be back. We're going to start talking about some exciting earnings we have in store for you today. Here's the earnings whispers calendar of the week. So today after the close, we'll be talking Alaska Airlines. We will be talking a few others that are interesting as well. I don't want to spoil it too much, but Alaska is probably the biggest pull. Either way, we're getting ready. We're prepping for the big guys after the market tomorrow and Thursday, Friday, and going into next week too. So this will be a good preparation. We'll be talking about a few different trades that all are really talking about the same thing, and that is rate hikes and the rate hike trades. So we're going to get into that in just a second. What does that mean for you? Nothing. Just stay tuned. Don't turn that dial. I will be right back with you in just a flash. Thanks so much, guys. Be right back with you.